Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Welcome back. It's a Monday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Happy St. Patrick's Day, buddy.
Right back at you, buddy.
Happy St. Patrick's Day, female buddy.
Thanks. Same back to you. That was... It's been a long weekend.
We talk for a living.
Same back to
you're
you.
You're going to tell me it's been a long weekend? Mr. Long Weekend?
You look like you're ready to go again this morning.
I actually feel pretty good.
Yeah, you're all Irished out.
What do you mean Irished out? I'm just wearing...
You have a Amerks Irish jersey and a shamrock hat.
Okay, I got my shamrock hat that I wear on a pretty regular basis. This jersey might be my favorite jersey I have.
So it's a shamrock Amerks jersey with the moose pissed off with the stick.
Okay, it's a
Pretty sweet jersey.
Cartoon moose over a shamrock,
Yeah.
right, the mascot. It's a Randy Cunneyworth jersey.
Oh, you didn't tell me it was a Cunny.
He's a local icon.
I know. And I'm looking at a complete Cunny.
Oh, that and more
Oh.
on a great St. Patrick's Day show.
You ruined St. Patrick's Day now.
Well, I'm just saying, good radio would be good. We already started with Right Back at You, too, and good.
Right back to you.
Right, we call that college intern we were just talking about. Let him do the damn show. It is 35 degrees right now. The high is 46, but we already hit it.
Oh.
So we are looking at a max of 37 degrees around 4 or 5
So it's
o'clock.
going down today.
Yeah, it's a Tommy's mom kind of weather day. But the good news, all up in her. Nope.
Yeah, got it.
We're looking at 60 and 70 of highs the next couple of days.
All right.
So, luck of the Irish, 30 degrees today, but everything else,
Okay.
beautiful. Okay, so, Kimmy, you said you had a long weekend.
Yep.
Because you were out at the parade.
Out and about on Saturday.
So here's what I love about Kimmy and her new life as a firefighter's wife.
Oh, that's right.
Right? Because your husband joined the fire department 2 years ago now?
Yeah.
Rochester Fire
almost
Department?
3, yeah.
So for those who don't know, if you are a family member of a first responder, police officer, ambulance, firefighter, it's an obligation that you go down to the parade and have a good time.
You support.
Yeah, because they all march in the parade.
Yeah. Yeah, so they get down there super early.
Yep, so now it's on you, much like the wives waited for the astronauts when they went to the moon,
Oh,
to
okay.
hang out at the bar
Yeah,
with
those girls always had their hair done.
and wait for your husband to get back.
Sure.
So I saw your husband at the parade,
Yeah.
and I want to talk about something in a second.
Was he pulling one of the trucks?
No, that was the face he made when he remembered he had to go see Kimmy afterwards. Where'd you guys end up hanging out?
We were gonna work our way down, but then we heard the bars were so packed that we're like, maybe we just post up here because I don't think we're getting in anywhere else.
It's a good plan.
So we were up at the corner on Murphy's Law there.
And you met a whole bunch of people down there.
Oh, sure did.
Yeah?
Yep. What?
Nothing. So, drinking with firefighters and cops and ambulance folks on St. Patrick's Day, it's a learned experience. Are you fully in on it yet, Kimmy?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I've been around it long enough to get how it works.
Okay, understood.
You know?
Because we talked about this last week about family taking kids into bars, and the reason that I went and did that stuff when I was a kid is because I was following around my old man and all his buddies, right? It was just something I became accustomed to. I love how bored he is because he didn't leave his house this weekend. Everybody in Rochester was down at this parade. It was packed. It was such a good time.
Yeah.
You didn't have any FOMO at all? Nothing?
No, I power washed my patio.
Did you
Which is kind of Irish.
And I rolled out the grill.
Did you at least drink a Guinness or something?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, check me out. I'm a commercial Irishman.
I do my normal.
I'm
I
just
have my
asking.
Guinnesses on the weekend and I drink every night. So, yeah.
Okay, so
So nothing out of the ordinary.
So Kimmy and I were at opposite ends of the parade. You were where it started.
Yeah.
We were down where it ended in front of the Hyatt. So my family, we get a hotel room Friday and Saturday night every year. That way we just wake up, we're right in front of the parade.
Okay.
Ready to roll.
Perfect.
Kids. My brother brings his kids down. My sister brings her kids down. We meet a bunch of our friends down there. It's just a blast.
A lovely time.
You got it. And then we take our cooler and we bring it down on the street.
Okay.
And the important thing to do, I mean, this is just a Duffy tradition with anything, but with St. Patrick's Day especially, you always bring more than you need just in case somebody else needs.
Yeah.
Right? So as the parade is going on with our job, we know a lot of people that are marching in the parade.
Yeah.
And, that walk can take a lot out of you.
Oh, sure.
You got to hydrate. So I am always offering beers to people that we know.
To the paraders.
Yeah, people that we know personally. Because I don't want to be throwing beers at people.
Mm-hmm.
And I've decided this year I can tell who's cool based on who takes a beer.
Oh, all right.
Let me give you an example.
All right.
So Kimmy's husband walking with the fire department. I see him there. He comes over, big old hug. Big guy hug. And there's nothing better than a big guy hug. You wouldn't understand.
No, I know you were into it even when you were a kid.
Yeah.
That's how I got you in the car.
Why? Did you have another big guy with you?
Yeah, remember? His name was Tiny.
I would have hugged that man forever if I could. So I got the beer, and I go to hand it to her husband, and he has this horrified look on his face, right?
Well, he's not allowed to drink while he's marching?
Yeah.
All right.
But it's also he's only been there 2 years, so that might have been the problem.
Yeah.
Right? No, I mean,
not enough time.
He was following all the protocol, but he's
Okay.
like, oh, and he went to take it and put it in his pocket, like, because I think he felt the peer pressure. I was like, no, it's cool, man. I'll take it back. I'll find you later. Dan Mason, general manager for the Rochester Red Wings.
Yeah.
He's marching down the street.
Okay.
And I see him. We're talking for a second. I go to hand him a beer, and he's like, oh, no. So I learned lame. Dan Mason, general manager of the Rochester Red Wings, lame.
Okay.
Kimmy's husband, lame. Everyone else who now I don't want to say who took beers because it seems you're not supposed to take beers during the parade.
Okay.
Cool. Like I gained a certain level of new respect for people based on who took the beers.
So, in the parade,
Yes.
I can remember guys marching that parade and having beers.
You're not allowed to
radio
openly.
people, I get it.
Well, you're not allowed to openly drink on the street.
Technically.
Which
right,
is why
but
we
I always
bring-
thought they kind of looked away because people always drank on the street.
I always bring the red Solo cups as to not be.
Yeah.
I didn't see like cans on the street. Everyone that was drinking had it in something else.
All right.
I don't know. Maybe people don't want to.
Probably the solo cup, yeah.
I do find that funny, right? Like you know what's in my cup.
Yes. You're not fooling anybody.
And it's not like
Now
you
you can openly see it.
Exactly. And now it's not like you need a warrant to look into my cup.
Right.
And like, don't get me wrong. I don't know what it was on your side of the street. With us, it was nothing but a blast. There were no problems. Everyone was having fun. Everything was relaxed. Like, there's something about the St. Patrick's Day parade that is different than any other festival or thing that we do.
Well, it's
here.
unique, for sure.
Well, why do you say that?
Because it's celebrating one group of people, and it's mostly just a big street party.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
but
just
what do you
it.
think like the percentage of actually Irish
People?
people are that go to the parade, celebrate, drink?
Oh, I bet you it's low compared to like the crowd you get.
Yeah.
Well, you got to remember, there were so many Irish immigrants, and especially in this town. Like, everybody's Italian. If you've been here for a while, you're a little bit Italian, a little bit Irish, and a little bit German.
All right.
That's just how it works.
Yeah.
So, Kimmy, to answer your question, I think that a lot of people have a tiny bit of Irish heritage.
But I don't think it even matters. People just go down there for the party.
Yeah, and everybody's welcome.
Right.
Right? But I think that's what the difference is between St. Patrick's Day parade compared to all the other parades and all the other festivals. Because they're fun. The other ones are fun, don't get me wrong.
Full of loose redheads.
But there is something about the camaraderie, and I don't know what it is, about St. Patrick's Day where everybody has a smile on their face.
Yes.
Everybody's talking to everybody. It's never long enough. The parade is never long enough.
Yeah, but it's long enough.
Shut up.
Because y'all couldn't handle it.
Oh, y'all couldn't handle.
You're all hungover the
Y'all
next day.
hungover, couldn't handle. Says
Y'all
man,
dragging ass.
Says man who's washing his patio.
I can't wait for Black Monday.
252
You're all
WCMF.
dragging.
Who was dragging? I was out until like 8 o'clock that night. Went out to Johnny's, watched some music. That was awesome.
Man, didn't you get enough?
No, I just said
bounce
it's
around.
never
Like the one
long
thing
enough.
I don't need is extra Irish music.
Well,
once I've been immersed in it for the day, I don't need to settle down for some more Irish music at night.
I love Irish music.
I know you do.
It's the story of my people.
It is. I get it.
Shut up. You did play the
Why don't
mandolin.
you-
You did play the mandolin. Shut up.
But a mandolin is pleasant.
No, it's not. It sounds like Eddie Van Halen
Bruce Hornsby,
tooting.
greatest mandolin player of all time.
He had one song with Ray. And by the way, the mandolin sucked so hard he was trying to drown it out. Mandolin Rain. No, Johnny's was great, man.
I like Johnny's. Those are the
Shut
best
up. I
ones.
liked it. When's the last time you went to Johnny's?
When last time I went to Johnny's was when he first went. He was the first bar in Rochester that went smokeless,
Yeah.
and it was the last time I was there. Not because of that. It was like our last.
If I can't smoke it here, I ain't coming.
No, it was a CMF event.
All right, so-
I like the guy. He's a nice guy.
No, I understand he's a nice guy. I'm just saying, you're going to sit here and tell me about a place you ain't been to in 30 effing years.
Bro, it ain't changed.
The people
probably
have
not.
changed.
Yeah. Not as cool as it used to be.
Yeah,
I'm surprised
no.
you were
When
even able to get into an Irish bar at that time because
me?
everyone we drove past
Oh, it had to
was
be mine.
just wall-to-wall people, lines to get in, people outside.
No, I mean, yeah, it was shoulder to shoulder,
Yeah.
but I mean, it was worth it. It was a good time.
No, sure.
And I mean, look, I want my kids to have the same experience I had when I was growing up. Like, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, what do they think of it? I mean, do they think it's lame?
So at that point,
They got to be getting sick of it by that time of the day.
my kids love St. Patrick's Day,
Yeah.
but I think it's more because like it's a big family event.
Yeah.
Like their cousins are
cousins,
there,
yeah.
their
Something
grandpa's
different to
there,
do.
mom, dad, aunt, uncle. Yeah, exactly. But okay, I'll be honest with you. By the time we got to Johnny's, it was like
As a kid,
5, 6 o'clock.
I'm done.
They were shot.
Yeah.
They were exhausted. But they rallied. They had
All
fun.
right.
We went to Merchants next door, grabbed something to eat. It was a good time.
All right. Fun.
Shut up.
No,
Shut
it's good.
up.
Good for you.
Why don't you come down one of these days?
I've been
with me?
down, man.
You ain't been, man.
I've been years ago.
Your wife would have such a good time.
Yeah, and I don't want to start that.
What a
You
dick.
don't want to start
I
her
don't wanna
having
start
a
it.
good time.
We've been down a couple times.
You've never been with your wife?
Yes.
What, to the parade?
Yeah, the last time we went, it was pouring rain. I had to go
pour a
get that
little bit.
intern.
Oh, yeah, because that guy took the mandolin out.
Yes. Yeah, we've been. But we're also old, man. Like, the charm is worn off.
Bro, everybody around me was older
Yeah.
than you.
And
Yeah.
they're loud and they're drunk. I get that by myself.
Like you're the human rain cloud. Because like even the most miserable prick
Yeah.
can have a good time at the St. Patrick's Day parade, and somehow you don't.
Like, I sat on I power washed my patio. I fired up a cigar. I poured myself a nice drink, listened to a little jazz. It was like a beautiful night outside. Grilled out. It was like a perfect night.
That sounds awesome.
I don't need, I don't need a million views.
A million use? Is that French
use.
for a million?
Yes.
A million you. So we got Italian mandolin, French numbers, and an Irish parade.
Yes.
Talking about the St. Patrick's Day parade on Saturday. Kimmy, how late did you guys make it?
So we went and grabbed a bite to eat down like the Winton neighborhood, probably around 5, 6 o'clock.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Was your husband getting hit on when you weren't around?
I don't know. I wasn't around.
Okay. Well, you from a distance, I'm saying.
I don't know.
Okay.
No, I didn't see it, but it could happen.
You don't pay attention?
It was so packed and everywhere we went. If he stepped like 5 feet away from me, he disappeared.
Okay. Is your husband the kind of guy who would tell you if a woman palmed his ass in the bar?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Out of bragging, though.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Would you say something to that woman?
Nah.
How far would she?
Oh, there'd be a meeting in the ladies' room.
Well, tell
I
me.
couldn't even get into the ladies' room. There's a line.
Yeah, they were all making out with her husband in there. No, Tommy, the reason I ask is Firefighter's very popular on St. Patrick's.
It's a big woman fantasy.
Well, yeah, exactly. And they got those, the dress outfits on with them hats and the gloves. Oh, boy.
Yeah. They had I guess those white gloves?
Yeah. He's looking delicious. I saw him.
All right.
How far, Kimmy,
Yeah.
would a woman have to go before you would step in?
It would have to be the point where my husband's uncomfortable.
So there is nothing they can do if your husband doesn't look at you where you wouldn't say or do anything.
I would only do something if he wanted me to.
So you're going to tell me. All right.
I'm not starting a fight with somebody over something that's not going to matter
Yeah,
later
like,
on.
what would that be? I'm trying to think, like, where's the line at a bar that she would cross, that woman would cross?
All right, so let me put it this way. I wear my kilt.
Yeah.
Always have. When I was a younger man.
I don't want to know what's happening.
Is the word penetration going to
No penetration.
Okay.
There have been several
I'm just
times.
asking.
There have been several.
just a wee bit of penetration. In your brown shamrock.
There have. There have been a handful of times.
Yeah.
Before my wife was in the picture.
When you were a kid.
18, 19, 20.
And those were club owners.
When in my kilt, there would be older women that would just straight up go underneath.
Wait, and grab your balls?
To see what I was wearing.
That's so
And back
weird.
then, yeah.
Man, that is
That's strange.
that is so effing rude.
I'm not. Yeah, no kidding.
It's like your bare balls would be in some old bag's
oh yeah,
hand.
they got a handful. And
And by the way, that would also hurt.
I feel like you need to talk to somebody about this.
well, I mean, look, it is what it is, right?
Like, didn't it hurt? 'Cause you come in hard, man.
Well, no, there wasn't a squeeze. It was
But
just
still
a touch.
coming up.
No, I mean, they were delicate, I guess. I guess
right.
it was a woman's touch.
All right.
But they always had the same reaction, which kind of pissed me off. Like, okay, first of all, I do feel violated, but I'm not going to be that guy in that moment. Now I sound like somebody who's trying to get a job in Hollywood. But like they would always, they would come up there out of nowhere, and then they'd scream. Like, what did you think was going to be there? And now I wear something under it because I have my children and everything, right? But like,
Probably a good call.
the reason I tell that story, Kimmy,
Yeah.
if a woman walked up to your husband and went full palm on dong,
Palm on long.
palm on dong, which is one of my favorite Asian
Everybody
golfers.
gonna palm dong tonight.
You ruined my golf joke.
I'm sorry,
Kimmy, no,
do
I'm
it.
kidding. If you watched a woman go straight
Squeeze his penis.
palm on dong in front of your face, you would not step in
I
there.
would be so shocked in that moment. I don't know what I would do.
I would think he would be shocked.
We'd both probably look at each other like, what is this that's happening right here?
Older women on like celebration
Yes.
days like that are so bold because
Yeah.
every time it happened, it was
Because
always
they think they're bulletproof. And they kind of are.
they are because I didn't do anything about it.
Right.
But
and
like
they know it.
all these women were over 50. It was never the ones you wanted to go palm on dong.
And they've never touched their husbands like that.
I always assumed these women were single. I never thought about that.
Well, I'm guessing they're single.
Well, no,
or
you're probably
widowed or something.
Widowed. They're 50.
You can be widowed at 50.
I understand you can. It's not a common thing.
No.
Way to ruin the conversation, you dick.
No, I mean, all types of women. All types of horny old bags.
Fun festivals. Kimmy's husband's attractive. Having a bunch of beers. Yeah, dead husbands.
Are they gonna have like the marching widows and that thing?
We got a dynamite Happy St. Patrick's Day kind of break for you this morning here on CMF. Just after 7 o'clock, we talked about how packed the parade was.
Yeah.
Part of that was the beautiful weather.
Oh, yeah.
It may also be because of this story we have at 7 o'clock, because for decades' time we were told that eventually Rochester would whittle down to nothing. People were leaving for greener pastures.
Oh, everybody's going south.
It was over. Well, these numbers we have in front of us tell us the opposite tale. And here's the thing. We have been told for 20, 30 years that we want people to move to Rochester because that helps the community.
Sure.
But does it help us as people who live in the community?
Oh.
And we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
There are certain things you know are valuable for theft.
Oh, yeah.
Jewelry, straight cash, right? Cars. This one we know there's money in it.
Yeah, but
the fact that they were willing to come this far, maybe we underestimated how much money there is to be made.
Oh.
We'll tell you what 2 men were arrested for.
Yeah.
And where they're from. Next, here in the break room on CMF. Look, we know that these crimes happen.
Okay.
But I think we underestimated how much money there is in these thefts.
Oh, so there's bank.
I don't know. Either these guys know something that most of us don't.
Yeah.
Or this is the saddest journey to try and make money illegally you've ever heard of in your life. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45.
Mm-hmm.
There is a legendary local business that has decided they can no longer operate.
Jeez, how many businesses are tanking?
Look, man, I mean,
we got one of these a week.
it changes. It changes. And you're going to understand why this type of business
Yeah.
decided it was time to throw in the towel. And here's the thing. It may not be a financial thing. It may be they're just done.
All right,
They've been around for a while.
retirement time.
But what they are most known for happens in like 3 weeks. And you couldn't hold out for just a month longer?
It's seasonal and they're bailing?
What they're most famous for is season.
Okay.
We'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy, back on March 11th, there was an oil theft, overnight oil theft, like cooking oil.
Cooking oil.
Cooking oil from a business in Perry on South Main Street.
Ooh, how much they get?
Well, we don't know that. But the sheriff's department, Tommy, says out that way there have been about half a dozen oil thefts in the area over the last couple of weeks.
Is cooking oil really valuable now?
So here's the thing. We have heard stories of people from our area stealing cooking oil from businesses overnight. But every time they're arrested, they are from our area.
Yeah.
Now, the sheriff's department out that way says the crime was committed by 2 men in a Penske box truck. And wouldn't you know, a couple of days later, in that area, these 2 men were found driving a Penske box truck who sheriffs believe were responsible for this crime.
Yeah.
Here is what's crazy about this. These 2 men, ages 24 and 27, are from Yonkers, New York.
So they're way downstate there in New York City.
It's a hike.
Yeah.
These greasy bastards.
For those who don't know, that's a 5-hour drive.
I mean, you're right outside the city.
Yeah.
So police believe these men have been traveling across the state.
So they've just been hitting places along the way.
Stealing oil.
And then they sell it to restaurants?
I don't know where they're selling it under the cover of darkness, and that's what I want to try and figure out here. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How much money is there in cooking oil theft?
Yeah, what's it being used for?
Great question.
I would think like you would need so much of it to make money.
Right.
But, Tommy, these guys are willing to travel 5 hours to go do it? Maybe it's more valuable than we thought it
And
was.
I don't even know, like, when you go to a restaurant, is it in like a big drum that they dump?
So
I thought they empty it out, like a tank or something.
There's a vat in the back,
Yeah.
and normally they have a padlock on them because these restaurants will have contracts with businesses that do this legally.
Yeah.
They will come and take the oil, and I don't know if they pay the restaurant pays them, whatever, but that's how it normally goes. And, yeah, these boxes will be pilfered in the middle of the night.
Damn.
But these guys are coming from New York City to steal oil.
All.
All. What is this stuff worth?
The old Crisco gang's back at it.
What is it worth and who are you selling it to?
Jenna, it's another great
I mean,
question.
the only people that would use like that much oil would be a restaurant.
Right.
What
What
else
you're
would,
taking it from.
Who else would use it?
Okay, but so I don't know.
But
World's biggest orgy?
Can you use it again? Is it used?
You're going to get a rash. It's not that oil. You don't want to use it as lube.
No, you could use cooking oil in your thing.
Your wife's privates are going to smell like a French fry, which now that we bring it up, it's not the worst. I'm going down again. Kimmy did not like that one.
No, most women don't.
Okay, so maybe when you do it. So you couldn't use the oil the way that it is to cook with it again.
Yeah,
'cause
that's what I mean.
why
'Cause you can't use it again, I would think.
I always assumed that these companies that took the oil used it, processed it, and made it into biodiesel fuel.
Oh, okay.
But I could be wrong.
Flip that oil.
I just assumed. But
That's a lot of work involved.
Yeah.
maybe it's
Like if you broke into a place to steal the oil, why don't you steal something easy?
well, because you're not breaking in the building. The oil's outside
Yeah.
of the building.
Right,
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
All right.
But I guess the question then would be, if it has to be turned into something else,
You sell it to Willie Nelson?
who is willing to buy this stuff from these people that are stealing it?
So is there a black market for this oil?
There would have to be.
Yeah.
If this many people are getting arrested for doing it, and these guys are willing to drive all this way, what does it become? Where does it go?
Right.
Are there restaurants we're going to that are buying secondhand oil that they're cooking with?
Oh, could be.
Would that work? Because I'll be honest with you, I used fryers back in the day. I would dump stuff in those vats back in the day. I don't know. They just told me to change the oil. I didn't know what I
Yeah.
had. You know what I mean? They didn't tell me. I just kept cooking with it.
Would you be saving enough to make it worth buying oil from this sketchy like wherever you're buying
Sketch
it from.
oil.
Like I would think as a restaurant you might be a little worried about that, where it's coming from.
Well, Kimmy, somebody's buying it because this is not an uncommon story. What's uncommon about this, again, is the fact that they are 5 hours away and allegedly committed this crime in Perry.
All right, so the only thing outside of cooking it or using it for fuel, what else could you use cooking oil for?
I don't know.
That way you could make money.
I'm not sure. Kimmy's on it right now. She's Googling it.
By the way, when did you go into the military?
I got a haircut.
Oh, my God, did you get a haircut?
Yeah, what?
He got the cop cut.
I didn't see
I
it.
did not get that cop cut.
Oh, you got the cop cut.
I got a wool hat on. It makes my hair look weird.
You look like a state trooper.
Why don't you watch your mouth then, huh? Step out of the car.
Okay. So you guys, I mean, you kind of weren't wrong. It says used cooking oil can be repurposed for soap making, biodiesel production, animal feed composting.
Oh, there it is.
Animal
and
feed.
There it is.
Lamp oil.
Big old greasy pigs.
So the farmers of the world and
Right.
the lamp operators of America, it's got to be the farmers,
Farmer fuel, right?
right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, with the farm, I mean, I would understand why a farmer, if it costs more money coming from somewhere else, would be like, yeah, we'll buy it from you, right? I'll support this crime. So I would think, like, as we talk about these two guys again, 24, 27, they were arrested in Perry driving a Penske box truck after police in that area say there were several oil thefts from the back of restaurants, used oil that was waiting to be picked up by companies that have contracts with these restaurants. Yeah. And these men are from Yonkers. Authorities believe that these guys have been traveling across the state under the cover of darkness, stealing cooking oil from these padlocked vats behind restaurants. Even if there is serious money in this, which there would have to be for these guys.
Something,
I would think so.
The biggest drawback outside of potential jail time would be the smell.
Cooking oil smell?
Well, think about...
You're going to get it on you.
Even if you're not getting it on you. Let's say you find a way to not get hit with oil.
Mm-hmm.
Think about what a box truck full of used cooking oil would smell
I mean,
like.
it just smell like a restaurant, really. The back of a restaurant, right? No?
I don't know.
I bet
What is it? What is it? I've always figured that too. Does it smell like something?
It smells
Is it nasty?
It smells like an older version of whatever you cooked in that oil.
Okay.
And, like, here's the thing. Like, these guys are stealing from wherever they can get it from, I would assume, if the allegations are true. So you'd be mixing Chinese food oil with fish fry oil, with, like, chicken wing oil.
A lot of chicken wings and french fries.
All that stuff, right? That would be the worst possible mix. And you're driving for hours with the stuff in the back of the truck. Like, if you've ever worked in a fast food restaurant, back house kitchen, just standing over that fryer, it gets into your clothes, hair, eyebrows, beard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and that's just cooking in that room for a couple hours a day. You're living in a van with
But is it sealed up, though, right?
Well, you think these guys have a high-end operation?
No, but I mean, like, it would be, like, capped.
Maybe.
Like in a jug?
Who knows?
Type of thing?
I have no idea. I don't know what they're doing. Even if it's in a jug, you're still going to smell
Sloshing
it.
around.
Bro, oil. I'll eat anything that comes out of it, but I don't want to be anywhere near that oil. Come on, you've worked in kitchens that deep-fried stuff?
Yeah.
You don't remember that smell?
But I don't remember it being that, because it was an open area and it had a hood. You know, so I mean, there was like ventilation.
No, like there are some smells that stick with you for like the rest of your life. Like getting hit in the face by that smell when you drop something into a deep fryer. That's one that's going to stay with me forever.
Yeah. I can remember like the deli always had that kind of smell, but it didn't bother me. But again, I wasn't locked in a truck for 8 hours.
Exactly. And yeah, at the time you got other things going on. Maybe you're not paying attention to it. I'm telling you,
But maybe
man.
you get used to it if you're like that, like garbage men get used to that smell.
No, but that's even worse because you're not going to be able to smell it on you anymore. So now you're going to be the guy that smells like Chinese oil.
Yeah, but at least you're making bank.
Okay. What are you going to spend it on? Women that don't want to go near your oily ass?
I'm looking up like how much you can even make off of this. Doesn't seem like it seems like you would need a lot
Okay.
to make anything because it says it ranges from like 25 cents to 50 cents per gallon you
Man, that
get
ain't
for
much.
used cooking oil.
Well, unless there's like 100. Okay, let's say there's let's guess 100 gallons in the back. That's still only what, $25?
Oh.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Unless, I mean, this is, like I said, quick Google search, so maybe it's worth more, but
So are these guys just really dumb?
All right, I got a dumb question.
unless they're getting something specific that's worth more, I don't know.
So, like, certain drugs you got to cook, correct? That are very popular.
Sure,
right
sure.
now.
Yeah.
Can you use that as the base to, like, make meth? Like,
Could you have asked a more old man question?
can you make, because you have to cook meth. So, do you use the oil to cook the meth? And then you get like deep fried meth.
Oh, you're talking chicken fried meth?
That sounds pretty good. If I was going to do meth, I would do chicken fried meth.
No, they wrote that song about it.
Oh, chicken fried meth.
No.
That's why Beth's face is so effed up.
What the hell?
Oh, she did. She got meth face.
Okay.
No, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, could you use it in drug production?
I've never heard of anyone producing drugs with cooking oil.
Well, I don't know how you make meth, but I know you cook it.
Okay. I don't think there's oil involved.
Maybe they got a cheaper way of doing it now.
Deep
Just like how the Pakistanis figured out how to make missiles cheap.
No, okay, no. I mean, look, I'm not saying that deep fried meth wouldn't be an American standard.
No, because I guess my point is, since there's no profit in selling it, you use it to make something that's valuable.
Okay, maybe, unless these
That's all I'm asking.
These guys could also own a farm, maybe.
They could own a farm, or
right?
they could just be dumb.
I'm going to go with
But they got
dumb.
a box truck. I mean, it looks like they had an operation.
Again, box truck, not hard. We talked 2 weeks ago about people that are just swiping Penske trucks that have GPSs on them.
But, I mean, and by the way, it's also a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah.
This caper.
Well, these guys are young, 24, 27.
Yeah, you got a good back.
Good old oily back for your chicken fried meth. So I guess what we learned here, there ain't enough money in oil stealing to make it worth it. No, because to your point, they were only arrested for petty larceny, so that's under $1,000 worth of theft. So you're right, Kim.
Christ, yeah.
Somebody said maybe you could get a few bucks per gallon, but even still, that wouldn't be much.
Yeah, because let's say you go $3 a gallon, even at 100, right?
Yeah,
$300.
Right. And then I got to put gas in the truck.
So yeah, I mean, to make it back to Yonkers,
burning through fuel,
and it's two guys, so you're splitting that,
right?
And you got to find someone that's going to buy. Yeah, okay, we're out of the oil stealing game, everybody.
We're upside down on our oil caper.
We're moving on. Maybe you want to start a legitimate business.
Okay.
Well, that's not easy either.
No.
Because here's the thing. Sorry. This is, by all measures, even with the end of this, a successful business. They've been open for 40 years.
But they're shutting down.
Well, that's just it. They're all done. And when you find out what kind of business they are, you will understand, because it seems there may not be space for these types of businesses, traditional businesses like this, in Rochester anymore.
Yeah.
The ultimate kick in the scrot, however, is what they are most famous for is 3 or 4 weeks away.
Oh.
You couldn't hold on just a little bit longer.
Good for the payday.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on WCMF. This is the time of year, Tommy.
What's that?
For Rochester traditions.
So what's coming up?
Well, it's St. Patrick's Day today.
Oh, yeah?
Great parade, tradition on Saturday. We got a few more weeks of the traditional Rochester Friday fish fry. And with Easter around the corner, there are so many specific Rochester traditions that families look forward to. But one that's been around for over almost 40 years.
40 years.
Won't be happening anymore.
What is it?
Well, let me put it this way. If you love this, you're going to have a hard time replacing it.
Oh, man.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. Speaking of traditional Rochester, we've been told for years and years and years that eventually Rochester will whittle away to nothing.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone is going to leave.
Everybody's heading south.
Never going to come back. It'll just be me and Tommy staring at each other.
Just right up loses.
Hey.
No, in a nice way.
St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
But it turns out we have some information that indicates the opposite.
What's going on?
And, Tommy, we've been told, like we said for decades, that we need more people moving to Rochester. It's good for the community.
Gotta pay their taxes.
Okay. But is it good for us individually?
Oh.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So it was announced over the weekend, Tommy.
Yeah, what's that?
The legendary Gaetano's Bakery and Catering
Oh, the old bakery?
will be shutting its doors for good.
Oh, man.
The final delivery was yesterday.
Oh.
The last loaf.
Missed out.
That's right.
If you're just hearing about this now.
Yeah.
By the way, wasn't that your nickname in high school, the last loaf? Now, I know there are some folks that may be a little confused right now, thinking that Gaetano's had already closed. Their retail store, where they sold directly to the public, closed its doors in 2020. But they've been baking and selling to different stores around the greater Rochester area for the last 5 years. The bakery has been around since 1985. And if they're known for anything specific,
What's that?
it's what they do for Easter. They're Easter breads and they're St. Joseph's breads.
Oh, St. Joseph. I don't even know what is St. Joseph bread.
It's hard to describe.
It's not like Italian bread, right?
I mean, all that bread is kind of
Kind of
like
Italian,
right?
right.
It's Italian bakery. You know it if you saw it.
So no St. Joe bread.
No Easter bread, no St. Joe bread. So, like, those two things from Gaetano's are Rochester staples for so many families.
Yeah.
And I am heartbroken that Gaetano's is shutting their doors, have shut their doors. But I do have one question. You couldn't hold out for one more month.
One
It
more
is
Easter.
funny. Yeah, you would think like they do like a big Easter blowout sale, get it all out, and then shut the door.
We're right there,
Yeah.
guys.
It's the
We're
biggest time of year.
I wonder because it's so much work to do. They were
Yeah.
like, I
Could
don't
be.
want to go through another year of that
Look, I get it.
with your holy bread.
I get it, and I'm sure this decision was not made
Yeah.
lightly. Obviously, we don't know their financial situation. But here's the thing, man. I would think if they made an announcement, because I would assume that maybe the cost of food, eggs especially,
Oh, yeah, the eggs. Are killing
maybe what's playing into this. But if they made an announcement saying, look, we're going to have to raise the price for this year, but this will be the last year we do it, they still would have
Oh,
sold
Would
out,
have
sure.
gone and stocked up.
right? I mean, I don't know. What makes this story the most heartbreaking, it's not just losing an iconic Italian bakery. Why? I just wanted, give me one more Easter. One more Easter. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is Rochester done with the traditional Italian bakery?
it. They're dropping.
It's another one, right?
Yeah.
They're going down all over the place.
Well, I do wonder because, like, I'm thinking of people like my grandparents and my great grandparents. Like, they were so loyal to like one or two bakeries that's where they'd go out of their way to get stuff for every holiday, every family get together. And I don't know if people have that same loyalty. Like, they may still love those bakeries because their grandparents always shopped there. But I don't know if they're going out of their way as much as our grandparents did to just buy from that place.
Look, I mean, they're obviously not based on the financial situations. And I got to be honest, like
Yeah.
all the places I went to as a kid between Greece and Gates, I think Savastano's is the only one that's left, like
Damn.
operating. Got some
Yeah.
of their mini pizzas for the parade on Saturday.
Ooh.
Nothing says Happy Irish Day
Yeah.
like a mini pizzas from Savastano's. Kimmy, did the grocery stores kill the local Italian bakery?
Could be that. I mean, yeah, I mean, you go to Wegmans and probably most of what you need is right there.
Tommy, I know you think you love Wegmans and you think they could do no wrong.
Yes.
But I do think that they and Tops killed the local bakery. And I don't think they can offer what we lost in these traditional Italian bakeries.
The gruff attitude
Okay.
or the lack of customer service. Next! Come on, lady, make up your mind.
Your dad was running an Italian bakery?
every baker sounded like my father.
So, Kimmy, here's what's weird.
Uh-huh.
Is the man that sits across from me is a traditional Sicilian Italian, a man who goes to these places, a man who bought snails from a bakery here in town to bring to his father in Florida.
Yeah.
Like, for as much as a bitch-ass, loser-ass, bitch-ass bitch as you are, you can appreciate a good Italian bakery.
Oh, yeah, I can.
Yet you love Wegmans. You are so brainwashed by Wegmans so much, you refuse to admit that they cannot do what these bakeries can do.
They do the same thing, and probably better because these people train all over the world.
Okay, you keep saying that. They don't send every person making $15 an hour to Tesco.
No, but they do send the top people.
Yeah, like the one guy who comes home and shows it. That's great, awesome.
They send these people to like Paris to train.
Wegmans doesn't have the ambiance of an Italian bakery. They don't have the unique offerings of the Italian bakeries. They don't have the giant sandwiches and weird-ass cookies that you can't describe why you like them, but you'll murder 10 people to get them.
They don't have the crumbling parking lots or the crooked stairs on the way in.
But that's part of the ambiance.
Yeah, I love twisting an ankle to go get my baguettes.
When you walk into an Italian bakery, it is a connection with a different time. And it's still that way for the places that are open. Like, you walk through those doors, the smell is unique to any other place in the universe.
All the women behind the counter are related.
Yes, but
and they go and they all look the same, but it's like their age. Like I want to tell the girl in the end, I go, that's what you're going to look like all the way over here in about 10 years.
You think they don't know? They know. They're trying to enjoy it while
they all
can.
look like angry hawks. What?
No, but like the characters in the Italian bakery.
There are characters. Now, Wegmans does not have the characters.
And that's some of the best part about the Italian bakery. Like, you will not say it out loud because you don't want to hurt all your, quote, friends' feelings who are paid to be nice to you at Wegmans. But as great as Wegmans and Tops are with their offerings, it cannot touch the traditional sub-deli bakery that we had here over and over again in Rochester.
But obviously people ain't going to them. Like, nobody cares.
It is weird. I mean, is it financial?
Like, your daughters don't care. When's the last time, you had a bakery tradition with your daughters where every Sunday you went out and got bagels?
No, you're right. I screwed that up. I really screwed that up.
No, you didn't.
No, I did because I should have.
You didn't screw up. Life changed. Like, you're way more involved in your kids' lives, so you don't have time to be jerking around the deli.
Can I say something, though? You bring up bagels. Those are still thriving.
Yeah,
like,
no, she's
all
right.
Those places, all
12
those
corners.
well-known bagel spots, like you can't, if you don't get there early enough, like, don't even bother.
She makes a really good point.
There's a line around the block.
So why did those stick?
I don't know.
And the Italian bakeries didn't. Unless these Italian bakeries, it's not so much financial. They just want to get out of the business.
Yeah, I mean, the old folks aged out. And by the way, bacon's tough. Like, do people?
Hey, will you Google, is baking tough?
You got to get up in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Are we running out of bakers? Like, people don't want to do it anymore.
Okay, so to your point, 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about Gaetano's, the legendary West Side Italian bakery, open since 1985. They closed their retail store in 2020, but they had been selling their products. Most popular, their Easter bread and their St. Joseph's bread.
So they became like wholesalers.
Different, Rochester stores would sell them. They announced their final shipment was yesterday. They're done. They've shut it down like 3 weeks before Easter. You can't hold on. So you brought up, do they have the people to cook?
Right.
So Donuts Delight, which is owned by Salvatore.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. They opened up a couple of months ago a second location on Ridge Road in Greece. It was a big deal. It was the old doghouse. Remember that bar?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, do the old tub.
Yeah.
So they remade the doghouse. They put all this money into it. They were opened up for a little while. They had to close it. And the reason they said they had to close it is they couldn't find the people to get up early enough to make the donuts.
Yeah, because you got to work in the middle of the night, basically.
Yeah.
It's our schedule.
Yeah.
Even earlier.
So it looks like these, you know what the problem is?
Yeah, I hear it.
Nobody wants to make the donuts anymore.
Nobody wants to bake.
There's a commercial and everything back in the day, way before Kimmy's time.
Yeah. And you wonder, too, like, did the coffee, like Dunkin' and Starbucks also hurt them?
Yeah, I mean, but
you can go get a bagel, you can get your breakfast stuff there.
Yeah, but I mean, those people also have to be up to, unless they're not, it's not the same labor intensity nationally, locally. I don't know. Look, when you say I didn't make a mistake with my kids, I appreciate you trying to argue for your point and pretending like you're complimenting me. But it is a mistake because if you don't support places like this, they disappear. And this is one of those examples, again, that you don't know what you have until you don't have it anymore. Because when all of these Italian bakeries eventually go away, if they go away, there will be no way to replicate that ever again. It needs. It's one of those things that needs to be continually carried on. You can't go backwards with it. It just wouldn't work.
But I don't know, like, do your daughters appreciate that charm? Like, because here's my point. So when I used to go to those bakeries and those delis, those people reminded me of my actual relatives.
Yeah.
Because all my relatives sounded like that. They look like that. They dress like that. They had that attitude. Like your daughters are removed from that.
Yeah.
Like those people are gone in their lives, just like they're gone from my life. So I didn't even know like if they would even get the connection of going to one of these places.
I think if you went there enough, though, you would kind of find that connection because it becomes like just a familiar local spot. You kind of get to know the
But then that could be
faces of the
anything.
people that work there.
Well,
I mean,
no-
a different type of connection, but I think you can still form that bond with that place if you go enough.
Well, like, okay, my brother married an Italian girl.
Yeah.
Right, we went and had corned beef and cabbage at his house yesterday. You want a good time, have corned beef and cabbage with Italians that are trying it for the first time. It's like watching a baby eat a lemon. They're going to like it? Hey, you liked it. So he takes his kids to Rubino's every weekend.
Oh, okay.
And, like, that's, like, their tradition.
Mm-hmm.
So my nieces are going to grow up, like, with that,
Okay.
surrounding them.
Just a matter
And
of
that's an old school joint.
Yeah,
Rubino's.
I love
Repetition.
Rubino's.
Yeah.
But he goes out of his way, at least 2 or 3 times a month
Okay.
to go to Rubino's with the kids. Last year he wore a green Rubino's T-shirt to St. Patrick's Day, which I had a problem with historically.
A fat guy in a sub-shirt?
Well, no, that's fine. That's standard. Italian T-shirt at the St. Patrick's Day parade. Spitting on our grandmother's grave.
You are.
No, I mean, in all sincerity.
Yeah.
Like, there's going to be a time where the last one goes.
Yeah.
And there's going to be nowhere to go to have that experience anymore. And the sandwiches won't be submarine-sized. And the half-moon cookies won't have that authentic taste. And, yes, you won't get yelled at by a gruff, fat, hairy guy with flour all over himself and half an apron, who then is going to offer you a free cookie at the end because, he's a little bipolar. But that's okay. That's why we like him. And when that day happens, it's going to be heartbreaking.
No, you know what's going to happen?
What?
In 5 or 6 years, one of your hipster doofus's buddies who bombed out in the cereal game is going to open up one of these joints, and you're all going to flock to it on Sunday
Again,
morning.
hipsters are
And
like in their
it'll be
40s
back.
now.
What's that?
I said hipsters are like in their 40s now.
Yeah, but they'll save the business.
No, again, like I said, I think this is one of those rare things where you can't go backwards.
It's hard. It would be hard to replicate.
You can say that about everything that came back. You can say that about vinyl. You can say that about a million things like vintage T-shirts. I mean, these things it comes back and forth.
Vinyl is an item. The T-shirt is an item. Even bars like, okay, let's use Patron Saint for an example. It's a new
Yeah, they
restaurant,
went throwback.
bar, steakhouse downtown. It looks like,
We got 2 speakeasies in this town.
which is funny because, like, do they know you can legally drink?
I know. It's a little weird.
You need a password to get into the one in Fairport, or I can go to this other place with the doors open. I don't
But
get it.
people like that stuff.
I understand, but the point I'm making
Yeah.
is, like, unless you grow up in that atmosphere and continue the recipes they have, I don't think you can
I
do it
think you
again.
could pull it off. You give it some cool, homogenized name that kind of envelops the whole thing.
What would that be?
Uh,
God, you're so good
Go
at
ahead.
this. Hey, here comes
This
Tommy's
is your
business plan.
idea.
What do we call it? Bakey, Itali, goey, timey. They also have bubble.
Tony Doe. Tony Doe. Tony Doe.
So Tony D's has popped in your head. You went with Doe
To-
instead.
Tony Doe.
Tony Doe. Shut up.
Come on in for the bigotry.
No, it's got to be an Italian name with a vowel at the end, with more syllables than necessary.
Oh. Tony.
Savastano, Gaetano, Galicios. All right, let's take a break. All right, so these going away.
Yeah.
Actually, what we're going to talk about may play a part in this because, traditional Rochester loved the Italian bakeries.
Yeah.
But traditional Rochester is not the Rochester we're living in today. And proof of it is in this story. Because, Tommy,
What happened?
for decades we were told eventually this town was going to be down to nobody.
Yeah, ghost town.
Everybody was leaving. Nobody was coming in. And that was going to be a disaster.
We were going to turn into Rome, New York.
Bingo.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have some information in front of us that says the contrary.
Nice.
And we've also been told this entire time, Tommy, that we need people in our community so we can survive. It would be a good thing for the greater Rochester area. But is it a good thing for all of us individually?
Oh,
We will tell you this very surprising story.
sounds good.
We'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. Well, will you look at that?
What happened?
After years of hearing the greater Rochester area was a dying community.
Yeah.
Who's coming roaring back with a vengeance?
Nice.
Because we got news this weekend that surprised some folks.
Good.
However, one person is here to argue if you've been out looking for a place to live, you didn't need numbers to tell you this. You knew this a long time ago.
Sure did feel like it.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:25. There is a gentleman we're going to tell you about.
What happened?
All right, so this story is hilarious. Unless you are the person who is the victim of this alleged crime.
Oh.
Now, everybody's safe.
Good.
Nothing violent.
Yeah.
But what this guy allegedly did, what he stole from someone in his neighborhood's home to put in his own home.
Wait, so he did it in the neighborhood?
Yep, and it's not a physical thing.
The hell is it?
You can't carry it. You can't sell it. We will explain.
He's stealing ideas?
I will tell you. No, because you should talk to him if that was the case. Why don't you go to Jimmy Frankie Italian breading store? We'll get to the story just after 7:25, 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Rochester, New York is growing.
Damn.
Like population-wise growing. So U.S. Census data shows the greater Rochester area saw, and I quote, significant population growth in 2024. This is after declines from 2020 to 2023. Monroe County specifically exceeded the national average. In the past year, we gained 1,301 residents.
Damn, Boomtown.
That's right. I don't know. Okay, well, we'll get to that. Sorry. So for years, Tommy, we heard that eventually everyone was going to move away from Rochester.
Yeah.
And it would be like three guys staring at each other, trying to come up with Italian bakery names.
Yeah.
Are you guys surprised by by the numbers I just gave you?
I mean, is it because we hit rock bottom with just birth rates and stuff? It just started to push it back up.
What are you talking
I don't
about?
know.
Rock bottom with birth rates is zero?
No, so it's that we hit rock bottom with people leaving.
Okay.
And then, just added birth rates.
No, there are new people in. This is
So
not,
they're saying people that are moving
People
in?
moving to town.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, actually, no. It could be people being born as well.
Right, it
Could be
could. I
that
mean,
too.
it's all,
I think
it's
it's
just,
a combo.
you just said a resident.
No, but I don't. There is no rock bottom for birth rate.
No, but I'm saying, what I'm saying is people that had an opportunity to leave left.
Oh.
So those opportunities are gone.
So there's no more opportunity to leave.
Probably
They
not.
shut all the roads down. The planes don't fly anymore.
You got like one plane going to Orlando once a week. That's it.
Okay, I'm going to turn.
LVO, whatever they call it.
I'm going to turn from whatever the hell you just said,
I don't know.
and I'm going to look at
'Cause I don't
Kevin.
think maybe all those jobs they don't have the jobs that they had in the South 10 years ago.
Or maybe there are more jobs showing up in our area that are
Oh,
bringing
there you
people
go.
here.
All right.
I mean, there's also the idea a couple of years ago that Rochester floated work remotely while living in Rochester.
Okay,
And
so
that-
people were coming home from COVID.
Yeah, and it was a program that the folks who ran it said was successful. Take that with a grain of salt. We haven't really seen the numbers. Kimmy,
Yeah.
does this surprise you?
No, and I feel like I've been waiting to hear this about Rochester just based on when we were looking at homes and realtors that we know that we've talked to, like we were losing homes to people that never stepped foot inside the home. Like their realtor would take them around like virtually, and people were buying homes like planning to move back home, or I guess I assume they were coming back home, but maybe they were just moving to Rochester for a job or something that they weren't originally from here.
Okay.
And it was kind of during, the pandemic, post-pandemic that we were looking. So I kind of figured it was a lot of remote workers moving to town because it was cheaper to live here than where they were coming from.
Okay. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I know that 1,300 people doesn't sound like a lot, but let's say a quarter of them want to buy a home.
Yeah.
That's 400 houses.
Oh, yeah.
That's a ton of homes
Right.
we do not have to part with right
Yeah.
now. Which brings us to, I think, a bigger question.
What's that?
Because, Tommy, we've been told that Rochester needs to grow as long as we've been alive, right? Since you moved here,
Yeah.
right? The more people coming and staying, the better it is for the community. However,
Yeah.
the more people that come in from the outside, outsiders, if you will, the harder it makes for the average person. The harder it becomes for the average person that lives here right now. It's harder to buy a house, harder to rent a nice apartment. It increases competitions for certain jobs if they are coming here to work in Rochester. I know eventually it evens itself out, but that does take a while, and it may negatively affect the folks who have been here for a long time. Do we want more people moving to Rochester? Does it help the average person who lives here? And I'm being serious when I ask, because I can't figure out personally if it's a good or a bad thing that these people are now here. And I said, these people.
Those people.
You downstaters. Folks from Yonkers stealing our oil.
There you go.
Perry. What do you
I would think you need people coming in. I think you need to grow.
Okay.
I mean, you want more money coming into the community.
Okay, money comes into the community.
But it's going to drive prices up.
Okay, so that's bad. No, I mean,
but there's no alternative.
Well, no, there is. People leaving and prices go down.
And then you've got a crap hole of a city.
Okay, that's also bad.
Every town that lost population, look at it. They're just shells of themselves.
Okay, you're right. But I can get
you wouldn't want to live there.
I can get a really cheap home in Binghamton.
Yeah, and they're waiting for you.
I think you want to live in a place that's thriving, but I can also understand the frustration of that if you're not getting what you want out of it.
Okay, so there are people. No, and Kimmy, here's the thing: there are people that are smarter than we are, right? And when I say like outsiders, folks that are from here, everyone's welcome, obviously.
Oh yes.
What I'm asking is, for every new person, family, college grad that decides Rochester is where they want to be, what good does that do for me personally, right? Like, how do I, as a human being that lives in the greater Rochester area, benefit from every new person that comes through?
Well, they're going to pay taxes.
Okay.
For your schools, for your roads.
Okay, he's doing the taxes thing, but you got to build new schools. You got to build new roads. You got to improve them, make more space.
Right, but you also can improve the old schools that you have, right, that are not falling apart.
Are we sure? You got enough money? Are they paying enough money? Man.
I don't know, but that's the theory, right? The more money comes in, you get more taxes. You can spruce the joint up.
No, we're talking taxes now.
It's always down to taxes and death.
How do two grown men have no idea how this works?
I don't know. I never pay attention.
No, in all seriousness. Like, I know we're dumb, but we've lived around.
Yeah.
We both, I have a mortgage. You had a mortgage at one point.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I got out of that game.
At work, school systems, all that. How can two grown men that are paid to talk for a living not between them figure out if this is a good or a bad thing for us individually?
Because it's something we haven't seen before. Not to this extent.
Okay, yeah, we'll go with that. We don't know. Okay.
We're all experiencing this together for the first time.
Well, I'm trying to think of places that are really like booming, like Florida and Texas.
Okay, but no, we saw Florida's actually starting to go the opposite way. People got down there. They figured out the cost of living was high. You had the issues with the storms, and people are leaving. Now, I'm not saying like they're disintegrating.
Yeah.
But it's not what people thought it was going to be.
Okay. But they did have a lot of people coming down there.
Sure.
And they got a lot more stuff.
Okay.
Like, it grew.
But you said you hate going down there now.
I do.
The traffic is insane. The prices
It's
are out
sweaty
of this
Long
world.
Island.
Okay. So wait.
But that's me. But I don't like, my brothers love it down there. They
And they've been down there a long time.
My brothers lived there since the 60s. My other brother had his second house down there.
Oh, your brothers don't complain at all about living in Florida and all the new stuff?
They complain about everything, so I can't really. But I mean, Florida fits their lifestyle.
Okay.
They want to sweat, want to own a gun, and they don't like your mouth.
252 WCMF. For the first time in a long time, Rochester's population grew in 2024. In fact, it grew way more than the average American city. We gained 1,301 residents here in the greater Rochester area. And I know that doesn't sound like a lot compared to our population, but just for the sake of an argument, let's say a quarter of those people want to buy a house in Rochester. That's 400 houses.
Like you said, we ain't got
them, and they're building them as fast as they can. But building the houses takes time, Tommy.
I know.
I don't know if you went to shop class. All right, so like the change in entertainment we've seen recently in the greater Rochester area.
Like what?
The fancier restaurants and the bars that we've been seeing opening. For example, we brought up Patron Saint, that new steakhouse downtown. Is that for us, or is that for the people coming from out of town?
Oh.
Because even before we got these numbers we had, if folks from out of town were driving a new kind of entertainment, dining experience living, we could see the outside influences coming in. Because, look, you go to some of these places, it does feel like, it's a Long Island, Manhattan.
It's a big city.
Tri-state area kind of idea.
Yeah.
Right?
Coming up here. And maybe that helps.
But I don't know. Are we trendy? Do we want to be trendy?
Well, we kind of are. Like, you talk about Canandaigua, right?
Yeah.
Like, Canandaigua also opened up that big resort.
Yeah, the lake house, yeah.
And you got people coming in from New York City and all around, coming up here now and checking it out, maybe buying places up here. And people are bitching now because Canandaigua was getting too pricey.
Yes, yeah, and which we know. We had a hate mail of the week about this the other day. Yeah.
But that's the price of getting people to check you out. They may hang out and drive the prices up.
Okay. But again, it's easy for you to sit here in this chair and say that when you don't live in Canandaigua. It's easy for you to sit here and say this when
I like having lunch down there once a year.
You live in your wife's house in Pittsford. Like, this doesn't affect you. And I lucked out. Like, my wife and I, just by pure luck, bought a house before everything went insane.
Yeah.
Maybe this benefits me now. For the 20 to 40-year-olds that have always lived in Rochester that are now trying to make themselves adults here, does it help them?
No, they could get priced out.
Okay. But I love how you say, there's nothing we can do.
There's nothing we can do.
Hey, things are great for me, guys. I'm an outsider living amongst you. Took a good job from somebody else and ruined it for 30 years. Ran off 2 co-hosts, soon to be a third, and now I live in my wife's house. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to John. Oh, hold on. John, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Good. What do you got, man?
I don't know the exact numbers, but I wonder, and not to get politics or anything, but if like Rochester's status as a sanctuary city has anything to do with the big increase. Because I know we had a lot of families that were, from Ukraine come over. The war. So I wonder how much that has to do with the increase.
It's a good question. So I was under the impression, and John, based on the story, that these were permanent residents, so I don't know if that would count for them. On top of that, I didn't think there were close to that many folks coming in, like 1,300 people.
Okay.
I could be wrong, though, John. I don't know. It's a good question. It's a really good question. All right, John, how old are you, bud?
24.
All right. Do you live with your parents or do you live on your own?
I live on my own.
Okay, where do you live?
South Goodman.
And do you mind me asking what you pay for rent?
I pay $750.
$750.
Maybe you split that with somebody?
No, that's $750 my own. There's 3 of us in there.
Yeah,
but that's $750 utilities, internet. So
okay, so you live with 2 other guys, which is standard for a 24-year-old dude. No big deal there. When you see these stories, do you get excited for the city expanding, John, or do you get worried that it's going to price you out of what you eventually want?
I do get excited because it means more opportunities for just meeting people and
out-of-town chicks, bro. They don't know your story. Wide open on East Avenue, baby.
Don't do the mouth thing.
You got to do the mouth thing.
Okay.
You've made John uncomfortable.
Yeah, we made all of us
Long Island
uncomfortable.
chicks love the mouth thing.
No. Go ahead, John. I'm sorry.
No, I just think, it's just anytime a place is growing, I think it is better for everyone. I know, because in the words of, Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come.
Okay, all right.
If they're already here, I feel like you then have to, there's plenty of open space that you can build additional housing. I guess it just needs people to want to build it.
All right, John, keep on fighting the good fight, buddy, and good luck finding yourself a Long Island lady.
No, I don't want to do that.
Well, okay, way to shut the door on the majority of people that are coming, John. Good luck with everything.
Thanks.
There goes.
No, thank you.
That kid is wound way too tight for 24.
No, bro, that's how all 24-year-olds are right now. It's stressful being a 20-something-year-old living on your
It
own.
always was, bro.
No, it
Like
wasn't.
that was coming up. It was very tough.
Bro, I paid $300 a month for
know.
my apartment. Beers were $1. I could get a
But we didn't know.
I could get a pap smear. It was a PBR and a shot of well whiskey for $1.50 at Lux. I was drinking whiskey and beer for $1.50 with a $300 apartment.
But you didn't know.
John's paying $750 a month to live with 3 other people.
Yeah.
He's probably having the time of his life.
Yeah, no, it sounded like it.
He's partying.
He wants no part of Long Island, ladies. Can't be having too much fun.
That was weird.
So, we just had this discussion about, Gaetano's Bakery shutting down, right, and losing all the Italian bakeries. You start to look at how some of the communities in our area are transforming, right? Like, for example, the way Fairport has changed the last 5 to 7 years. Is that what locals wanted? Or is that partly the influence of an outside group of folks who were used to a different kind of entertainment?
Yeah.
Because the fact of the matter is, as much as folks from this area or folks moving here can help us, it does also chip away at the identity of the community.
Well, yeah, because everybody brings their baggage and unloads it.
Well, okay, you say baggage.
No, I don't mean that in a bad way.
Why would they're unloading their baggage? I don't mean that in a bad way.
I mean your traditions, your music, your taste. Yeah, I mean, but things should change.
You're right.
People hate change, but you don't want a stagnant joint.
Oh, look at you. Was that your word of the day today?
It was actually.
Stagnant.
Stagnant.
Career for Tommy Mulea, WCMF.
Pat's mouth. Stagnant.
Yeah, but it's only because of one woman I was with. You might know her. She birthed you. You saw it, and I tasted it. What was that noise you made a second ago?
I'm not going to do that on my own mother.
You're
sin.
the only guy I know. Okay, but what I'm saying, I'm not saying this is a bad thing, right? But if stuff like this continues and folks with money come in looking for a place to spend it, I mean, things will be different.
Yeah, but like this kid said, he's young and he wants things to do.
Okay.
And so he wants more action for him to go and his boys go out and hang out and have fun.
Okay, but I think what would be unique about this situation, right, is Rochester, before everything crapped to bed with Kodak, you were bringing people in, but they were working class people.
Yes.
Right? They just came into the neighborhood and they lived everybody else. It seems, Kimmy, based on the way homes are being sold, the folks that are moving here and deciding to live here have money. And money decides what changes.
Yeah, they get a vote.
This would be a very unique situation where folks that aren't from here are getting a pretty heavy say in what the community becomes. And again, I don't know if that's a bad thing, but it is strange.
Yeah, it's new.
Hey, I want this over here, that's over here. Hey, open up Gaetano's again. I like that place. It's throwing money all over the place. 252 WCMF again. We're talking about how in 2024, Rochester gained 1,301 residents. And that doesn't sound like a lot, but it's actually a higher percentage than most cities in America. And it's the first time we've had a population growth since 2020. Let's talk to Chris. Hey, Chris, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Good, man. What do you got for us?
Well, the fact that they say it was 1,300 residents is one of those euphemisms for saying we don't actually know how many of these people are providing to the tax base. So 1,300 residents in the grand scheme of thing, if it's spread out, including Rochester proper and its surroundings, would imply that it's a healthy growth. However, if it is just simply Rochester proper, you can assume, I think pretty accurately so, that we are dealing with people that are immigrating to the United States for any number of reasons, and therefore are usually tax burdens rather than providing to the tax base.
Okay, so a couple of things. Hold on. A couple of things like we just talked about with John. It was John a second ago, right?
Yeah, the last caller.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if this came out of nowhere with no other symptoms, I would say, okay, that argument makes sense. But Kimmy brings it up. Like, buying a house in this town has gotten way more expensive out of nowhere the last couple of years, which makes me believe, Kimmy believe, maybe Tommy believe that these are people that are moving in. And I will say this, Chris, because you sound like a great guy. And I'm not saying your theory is wrong. You do, though, sound like a guy that tries to use big words to sound smart. And I'm one of you. I'm with you, Chris. I understand. But I think we both sound dumb when we do it. And I think we should both stop.
Well, I'll try. Okay, then let me do it this way. So I work in the school system in Greece Central.
Okay.
The amount of immigrants that have come to Greece Central has skyrocketed, and it has placed a significant amount of pressure on the school systems in order to adapt, which is not a bad thing. It really isn't, because we need to consider how diversity is essentially what made America. However, the other side of that is when we look at what happened in COVID to property values and the supply and demand system of housing.
See, you're losing Tommy again. You're doing the word thing again, Chris.
Tommy feels like he's back in school.
Housing market went up. Right?
Housing market big market, big bull market, Tommy.
Kodak way down.
No, Chris, I get what you're saying. I get what and I guess that's what's most interesting about this is we're not going to know what the benefits and the negatives are until 5, 10, 15 years from now.
Yeah, but I think we all can agree we want Chris to leave and take his big ass word mouth with him. And go talk that crap in Tampa.
Chris, have a good day at school today, buddy. Thanks for the call.
See you guys.
There goes Big Word Chris.
Big old word, man. Let me tell you about the tax burden and the foreigner.
I picture him telling us all that information with a chart next to him that we cannot see.
Yeah, if he had a chart, maybe I would have been able to get
The
it.
Rochester area.
All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
Well, look, to Chris's point, not everybody that buys a house in the greater Rochester area is a positive contributor to society.
Oh, it's a bad person.
Bad is the wrong word because not that may be better. Well, look.
A slack ass.
Some people get put in desperate situations. Some people just decide, I don't want to pay for this. And that would be the man facing these allegations this morning.
Okay.
Because what he allegedly stole, you cannot carry. But he took it.
But is that a thing, then?
Oh, no, it's a thing.
But you don't carry
In fact, it's a very expensive thing. You can't carry it. If you touch it, it's a bad situation.
How do you get it?
Oh, we're going to tell you how he got it, at least according to police. Wait till you hear this story, man. It's brilliant.
Can't wait.
Like, it's so stupid and simple. It's genius. And how somebody did not know what he was doing.
So did he do it like in broad daylight?
Well, look, it would have to be in broad daylight at some point.
All right.
It's the only way to steal it.
Damn.
We'll tell you what it is.
All right.
Next, here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, allow me to introduce you to a man.
Oh, who was that?
A man with balls.
Oh.
And in this case, that may not be a good thing. Because if the allegations are true, not only is he facing charges, he's gotten into trouble for something that when he was caught, there was no way to explain without looking, A, guilty, and B, like a massive douche. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 7:45, Tommy, they say time heals all wounds.
Oh, yeah, it does.
And it seems that enough time has passed between this man and the Buffalo Bills that he's willing to let bygones be bygones.
Oh, they're buds again?
Well, no. Well, that's just it. There may be a financial reason he's doing this.
He's tapped out?
Based on how Bills fans reacted, it doesn't seem, Kimmy, that folks want anything to do with this guy anymore.
Really?
Did you see this story?
I did.
So he left a bad
I
taste in the mouth?
Oh, boy, did.
Yeah, I think everybody's kind of over that.
We'll get into it. Tell you who we're talking about just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Batavia.
What happened?
A 32-year-old man has been arrested for stealing electricity.
Oh.
Okay.
Damn.
You heard me.
Mm-hmm.
But we've only just begun. Because police say this man was running an extension cord from someone else's property into his home.
So
Okay. Old school.
Yep.
so he plugged into their outdoor outlet and ran into the house and was running like his fridge?
be.
So I don't have any details as to what he was doing.
But you would notice that, right?
know.
As a homeowner.
It'd be tough to hide.
Hey, honey, what's this plugged into? And you start picking it up and walking it across.
Literally is a line to, like you're directly caught.
I wish I could have been there when his neighbor followed that extension
Because it would
cord.
freak you out, right? Like,
Yes!
who plugged this in?
Yes! Yes! The man was running an extension cord to steal power from his neighbor, according to police. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
We don't know how severe the charges are. We also don't have,
Under the Chintz Act?
we also, Tommy, don't have a total for how much cash worth of power he took, because I guess how could you figure that out?
Yeah, because it's on the other property. Right, yeah.
Okay, so the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Right out of the gate, first question. How did you think you were going to get away with this? There is, like Kimmy said, literally a cord running back to the scene of the crime, right? It would be like
It's a trail.
It would like be murdering someone and dropping Hershey Kisses back to your house. Like, I'm also dying to know what, Tommy, he was powering with this extension.
Yeah, you got to be so busted to steal that because you can't run your whole house on it unless you had a generator. Like one of those plug-in generators? Or are you just running like one thing in your house?
Okay, it would be one thing to run a
Trying to
TV
think,
or a freezer, right?
Yeah.
But, I mean, I guess it wouldn't be out of the question to have, like, one of them, like, splitter power things.
You
where
went hell of a
Was he-
splitter, man, to run your house.
Was he running something outside?
It said into his house in the
Okay.
So,
All right.
yeah. Wow.
But if you were running something outside, why would you not just run it from your house?
Maybe
Yeah.
he doesn't have an outdoor outlet that worked or
So did he have
something?
like no power at his house?
We don't know.
Or is he just a dick?
We don't know. 252-WCMF. Has anybody ever heard of a story
No.
like this before? Because I've never seen this. Kimmy, have you ever heard of this?
Because it doesn't work, to your point.
No, it worked.
Yeah,
I mean, until he got caught.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have kept doing it if it didn't work. Like, I want to know what kind of desperate situation, because there had to be a day where finally he was just like, F it.
I need power.
Yeah, I'm going to the neighbors
Mhm.
and I'm plug it in there. And I'm also dying to know, because, like, it would make the most sense, Tommy, if they had an outdoor outlet.
Yeah,
somewhere.
Yeah,
you
that's
plug
what
it
I'm
right there, right?
picturing, but I guess it doesn't have to be the case.
Yes, like,
Yeah.
how close to this other person's house?
Could have been in the garage maybe or something.
Well, no, you would notice something in your garage. You would have to be, like, off the back of your
Yeah.
Because I have, like, a plug off the back of my house.
Yeah, everybody does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not everybody does.
Everybody's got an outdoor outlet.
I did not have an outdoor outlet in the house I grew up in.
Because you couldn't afford outside electricity. You thought it was extra. Your father said, no, I'm not paying for outside electricity.
Oh, wait, no, I take it back. We had an outdoor outlet on our lamppost in our yard that he powered all of the blow-up Christmas stuff with until they got holes in them and he just left them out.
Yeah, so he could have, like, your neighbor could have hooked into that, right?
Or my dad was hooking into the neighbor's outdoor outlet for
Could
the
be that,
deflated
too.
Santas. Okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
Tommy, we've seen stories the last year or so of people getting these ridiculous power bills from RG&E, bills that were obviously mistakes.
All right.
If this person, who this guy was stealing power from, 1 month got a whopper of a bill, maybe this guy made it a whole month without getting
Yeah.
caught, your first thought wouldn't be someone is stealing my electricity.
No, I just figured they just adjusted.
Yeah. The electric company screwed up. Yeah, exactly.
Or I underpaid last month, so now they're overcharged. There would be so many ways so many hoops your mind would jump through before you got to, my neighbor must be stealing my power.
Exactly. And there would be nothing the power company, Tommy, could tell you to change your mind, because as far as you knew, you were using the same amount of power as before.
Yeah, and they don't read the meters anymore.
Yeah, they got that. Well, I think
they're
there are
still working the system around.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, back in the old days, the guy would come read the meter. He might see that line going to the other house.
Oh, good call. Good call.
You know, but that doesn't really exist much.
All right, let me ask you guys a question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Kimmy. I
was just going to say, you must not have a very good relationship with the neighbor, because I feel like, depending on how long it was there, I might just be like, hey, man, quit doing that, and then move on.
I would be furious.
You'd be pissed, but would you call the cops?
I think I might call the
you
cops.
Would?
If they went and just plugged into my power without saying anything?
Because think about it. Let's say your neighbor was down.
Okay, so let's walk through this. That's where I wanted to go. I'm sorry. 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this 32-year-old man from Batavia. He was arrested after police say he was caught stealing electricity from his neighbor. Police say he ran an extension cord from someone else's property into his home. So let me ask you a question, because I wanted both of your responses here. Let's say to the road you were going down.
Yeah.
Your neighbor is in a bad way.
Yeah.
Power gets shut off. He comes to you and he goes, listen, I'm really sorry. I got to power the fridge, the freezer. Kids kind of want to watch TV, and I need Wi-Fi to work.
Yeah.
Could I run an extension cord from your house?
You want to bum some juice from it?
Can you give me like a week until we can get the money to get the power?
I think most neighbors would do that.
Yeah.
Don't you?
I do. I think it'd be hard to say no. Especially if you argue the kids need it for something.
Yeah, when I lived in Webster, it was a young neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. No, I believe Kimmy would say yes.
You think I would tell that guy no?
I absolutely think.
No, I would not.
Well, yeah, because you don't pay the electric bill.
Yeah, but even in my old house, I'd have to throw that guy a bone. What?
You're kidding me.
You think I would tell the guy no and slam the door?
I've seen you say no for less when it comes to...
Those were ex-wives, and they don't count. I would never give an ex-wife any power.
I've watched people come in like asking for money for like their kids' charities and fundraisers.
That's
I've watched
different.
I've watched you say no to their face. This would have a legitimate effect on your bottom line.
I couldn't do that to a neighbor.
Okay. You gonna start looking at their windows to see what they're running off?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, no, you would not do that. You
they
would
left
not
that
get
outdoor light on a little too long, or like you're gonna start to judge how much power.
You don't need to be watching
think
TV
they're
at 10
using.
o'clock at night.
Okay, that's what I mean. And here's the
Read
thing.
a book.
Even if you did say yes, even if you would, no matter how kind you are, it would ruin that relationship with your neighbor, because you could not help but stare into their house and see what they're doing with your power.
Especially if it went longer than what they said. Like if they said like 2 weeks, right? And now it's like a month. You know how bums are?
Yeah. But when
with
do you
this
cut
crap.
it off?
Hello, there's my point showing back up again.
What?
You know how bums are? Yeah, I'd be happy to do it for the bum.
But, there's a reason why he's behind. He makes bad decisions with his money.
There are several reasons why.
I know. But, you waited till this point for a hookup?
Kimmy, how long would you let that person siphon your power?
I mean, once that first energy bill shows up and you see the difference, I think that's when you got to be like, hey, time to figure out your situation.
All right, so they say they wanted a week. It goes how long after a week? If they didn't stop, would you knock on the door?
I would give it the max like 2 weeks.
All right, so you go knock on the door.
Yeah.
All right, little kid answers. Right, they got their iPad. And they go, oh, hi. I'm sorry. I'm just watching the only thing that brings me joy in these hard situations.
Well, I'd at least want to know what their plan is. Like, you gonna pay this soon?
Okay, so now you're their dad.
Well, if you don't have a plan for paying it, then I'm gonna have to eventually, literally pull the cord.
And there's the problem, right? Because everything you are saying is completely justified, Kimmy. But you can't walk to another grown person as not their mom or dad or husband or wife and be like, so what's your plan? So what's your plan? Because you were
at least ask how much longer you think you're gonna need it.
In a little while.
You and I have been on the balls of our ass.
Oh, yeah.
Right? We had no room to stand anywhere on any stupid financial decision we were making. But anyone that came to us and was like, what's your plan? F you, man. Who are you talking to? I'm a grown-ass person. Don't talk to me like that. And they had a right to, because we were siphoning off of them.
Yeah.
And we would get furious. So that neighbor's not going to be like, well, let me write down what my plan is for you.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Would it be a dick move, to Kimmy's brief point there? She said, just unplug it and toss the plug back
into their yard? What if it's your extension cord?
I know.
Well, he needs an extension cord too?
Well, yeah, he's bought
You know what? Keep it.
I could also see this being a complicated situation because they may now feel like they have to do stuff for you to like make up for. And now it's like, well, I just trimmed that tree of yours, or I did something. I took care of something for you, so they feel like maybe they're buying themselves more time.
Well, if you can get something out of it.
Yeah, I think that's fair, right?
Yeah.
Like trade for electricity.
But that I think also makes me feel the need to let them keep it longer because it's like, well, they're doing this stuff for me, and I
if
feel
it benefits,
bad.
all right.
I mean, look, if they have something of worth that they
That's
can
a deal,
do,
then.
yeah, I mean, it's old
That's
school
not a
trade.
bum, then.
Well, no, I mean,
That's a sweat equity bum. Bum equity, we used to call it.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this 32-year-old man out in Batavia. Police say he was running an extension cord from his neighbor's property into his house and stealing power. We don't know how long he was doing it.
Man.
We don't know how he was caught.
That is some country busted.
But he has been arrested. It's a very special charge, too, because we look for grand larceny.
Yeah, so what do they call it?
They called it, hold on one sec, I think they used stealing electricity.
Okay.
Yeah. But there's, grand larceny is under $1,000.
Okay.
Anything over $999, you would have to steal a lot of electricity to steal over $1,000.
Yeah.
But again, how could you tell? Okay, so going back to this 32-year-old man in Batavia, he has to live alone, right?
I would think. Yeah.
There is no way a wife or a girlfriend would be on board with stealing electricity from the neighbors. And it's not like you could hide it from them. The big-ass extension cord,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Could you even imagine trying to present this plan to your wife?
No.
Here's what we do. Don't worry about the electric bill.
Yeah, I got it.
I got a plan. Kimmy,
Yeah.
if you came home and you found your husband running an extension cord to his outdoor TV, would you say anything to your husband?
Wait, running, but from
the neighbors.
From the neighbors.
Underneath the fence,
yeah.
the grass is tall, you
yes,
can't see
because
it.
I have to talk to these people too.
Okay.
Now we're now in this together.
Like this has to be, this is only a single man idea.
Yeah, and it's about as low as it gets. As far as sad moves.
All right, what's more sad? Sneaking garbage in someone else's garbage can?
Like tossing my stuff in there?
Yeah, because you can't afford to pay your garbage bill, or stealing electricity.
I got to go with electricity.
Okay.
Because that's going to cost you, at least you throw your stuff in my hopper doesn't really cost me anything. This is bank.
For the places that pay for garbage, like Gates, when I grew up, you had to pay for garbage pickup.
Yeah.
I never understood why neighbors didn't get together and be like, we'll just pay for every other house. What are they going to do? They don't know.
No, you could do that.
Like, how has nobody come up with that idea yet?
You probably shouldn't have said that out loud.
Why?
Because some idiot's going to try it
I'm
out.
the first one to come up with that idea?
The chintzy trash removal.
Chintzy trash. Don't defraud the good people of the garbage company. All right, 252 WCMF. I think we're making history in the break room.
All right.
The first time we are talking to a Holland. Hello, Holland. You're on CMF. What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, brother. What's up?
Well, y'all are talking about stealing power, and I'm from Savannah, Georgia. This is about the time, the first time I skipped the census. I think it was 2010, right? And my water pressure got a little low, but I didn't put much mind to it. I lived in a duplex. This was on 43rd Street West. And it turns out that my water bill, which was normally $30, was almost $400.
Somebody was stealing your water?
Well, my neighbor was.
How did he?
Plumber.
So you were getting charged for his water.
How did he do that, Holland?
He rigged it up somehow where my line supplied his whole house.
Oh,
He
wow.
was doing like a whole hot tub thing.
How did you figure it out?
The bill. It was $400.
Well,
He
no,
got
but
he got evicted.
okay.
So we got to look around, and we found the pipes.
Oh my
So this guy
God, that's an
laid
operation.
pipes to your house. He'd have to weld them.
Apparently he did. I was like, I don't really have any schooling in that.
So, all right.
However-
Oh, so go ahead, Holland. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you go ahead.
No, I was curious.
Yeah.
How long did this go on before you were finally able to pinpoint that he was stealing your water?
It was about 2 months, and that was several $100s of water.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I've never heard of
No.
that before.
Did you ever get that money back, or is that gone forever, bud?
Well, that's the thing that I have to find myself ashamed to. After that, my meter got taken away,
and I just piped that thing up and stole water from the city.
Attaboy, Holland. Way to make it even. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
Damn.
He stole his water?
Wow.
Which means you had to lay pipes.
I mean, I don't know. Is it less complicated than we think it is?
It sounds complicated. It sounds like to me you would have to weld a pipe to a pipe.
I have no
But how do you
idea.
do that?
I have no idea.
Quietly.
That jacket ain't union, bro. I ain't listening to nothing you're saying. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Rachel. Hey, Rachel, what's going on?
Hi, how are you?
Good. What do you got?
So this happened to me years ago. My neighbors were stealing my electricity. I lived in an apartment with my boyfriend, and we lived in the upstairs, and some people lived in the downstairs. Their electricity got shut off, and that was when they realized that our shared porch light was on our electricity, and there was an outlet, and they plugged in an extension cord and ran it into their door and was running all of their stuff off of our electricity. And the only reason we realized it was they made the mistake of leaving their front door open one day, and my boyfriend saw the extension cords running all over their house.
How long did it go before you figured it out?
We don't know. We have no idea how long they were doing that. But when my boyfriend saw it, he was so pissed that he ripped the extension cord down, and then he called the cops. And when the cops came over, they were like, if you had left that extension cord up, we could have arrested them.
Yeah, in hindsight, probably a stupid move on your boyfriend's part, Rachel.
Yeah, he's a dummy.
Rachel takes the call. Okay, so we got water, we got electricity.
Yeah.
So it seems like this could happen a lot more in an apartment situation, maybe. How, maybe it's a little easier to get away with.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're right on top of each other, right? In this story in Batavia with this 32-year-old guy, it says he ran it from his neighbor's property into his home. Maybe this is happening more than we think.
A lot of bums out there, buddy.
Well, Kim's on CMF. Hey, Kim, how's it going?
Hey, good. How you guys doing?
Good. What do you got?
Hey, so this is a story from a long time ago. My mom has since passed, and she's the one that always tells it, but I do remember it. I was probably 10 or 12 at the time. We lived in a trailer park, and I walked out to get on the bus one morning, and I saw this cord going from my neighbor's house to my house, and the best part about it was he had run it right over top of my mom's car.
Wait, over the top.
Oh, my God.
Why would you not go under the
Yeah,
car?
lay it on the ground.
Over the top of the car.
But he didn't
Yes.
care.
I remember being small and being like, what's going on? What is this? I didn't realize that at that time that that's what he was doing. But I told my mom, and that was a funny story for a long, long time.
It's funny, Kim, you bring this up. By the way, you told that story great. You would have made your mom proud. I didn't consider trailer park.
What do you mean?
In this story, I considered like wide open property. Trailer park
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
makes more sense. All right, Kim, thank you so much for the story. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Trailer on trailer, yeah.
Okay, so this is not the most uncommon story you've ever heard.
Apparently not.
We got water and 2 electricity.
Yeah.
And if you see me doing anything in my backyard, all my neighbors, don't pay no attention. Everything's fine. And if you need any pipes welded,
Yes.
talk to local 183 Muley over here. Let's take a break. Time heals all wounds?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe not.
What happened?
Well, this guy seems like he's put all the negative stuff between him and the Buffalo Bills behind him. And there may be a financial reason for this. However, Kimmy, Bills fans that saw this over the weekend, they don't seem sold?
No, that's not. Doesn't seem like that's anything people are wanting to happen.
So we're totally done, no matter what.
I think so.
We'll get into it next here at the break room on CMF. Water under the bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, man, we had our disagreements, but time heals all wounds. Everything's fine now, right?
Yeah. What happened?
Well, according to Bills fans, it's not. And here's the thing.
Who are you pissed at?
Well, I'm not pissed at anybody. I am a very calm, cool, collected cat.
Oh, okay.
But some Bills fans want no part of even the idea of
Really?
this. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. Free agency continues in the NFL. By the way, the Bills found out something not so great about two guys they signed over the weekend. We're going to get to that later in the show. That being said, there are still some big-name free agents out there that haven't signed. Aaron Rodgers, still a free agent. Russell Wilson, still a free agent. And former Buffalo Bills wide receiver Stephon Diggs.
Wait, he's out?
Still a free agent.
He's floating around?
Yep, he's floating around, free to sign with any team he wants. Over the weekend, he did something.
What do you do?
And he's kind of been known to do this kind of stuff, put stuff out there.
So when things started going south with the Bills, he removed all of his photos involving Buffalo and in a Bills uniform.
To do cryptic things.
Yep, from his Instagram account.
Yeah.
Well, over the weekend,
Yeah.
guess what showed back up?
What's that?
He put all of his Bills photos back into his Instagram.
Oh.
It's like it never, ever happened.
Okay.
Look at me. Remember me, guys? Look, we had a
I've always
problem.
loved you guys.
Remember the good times. So here's the thing. Diggs has a lot going against him right now.
Yeah.
He's on the wrong side of 30. The QB, who he didn't want to play with, won an MVP the season he left.
Yeah.
And he's coming back from a major knee injury. In that way, the best idea would be to keep all of your options open.
Okay.
Which may be, Kimmy, what he's thinking here.
Yeah.
Okay, you can be making a face. You don't like this?
So you're thinking he
Well-
thinks there's a possibility he could come back.
Or putting it out there like, hey, I'm
out.
I'm game if you are.
All right.
I mean, why else would you do it?
Yeah. I think we'd have a different view on this if the Bills didn't have the success that they had last season. If Josh Allen didn't thrive like he did last season,
Okay.
I think maybe then you'd be like, oh, well, maybe, to get Josh back into it, we got to bring back this guy who we seem to have some chemistry with.
Okay.
But at this point, they've proven that they don't need him. And if anything, they got better without him. So why would you want to bring that person back to shake up the lineup if it's not going to do any good?
All right. Well, if I'm going to play devil's advocate.
Go ahead.
All right.
He is the exact receiver you need right now. I mean, position-wise.
Yeah.
You have a history with the team. He knows everything. He walks right in. He's a plug-and-play, ready to roll.
Right.
When he was here, he was a great guy. Bills fans loved him until things went south. Everything was good till it wasn't.
Then it wasn't.
All right.
And I think especially Bills fans, we take it so personally.
We are. Yes, we do.
You
How
don't
dare
want to
you.
be here? You don't like Buffalo? Fine. Get out.
Yeah.
We don't need you anyways.
All right, Tommy, you are the least insane when it comes to the Bills. You can look at it from 1,000 feet up, and you are our resident football expert.
No.
Would
you
you
love
be
the flash. You love the stories. You love the drama.
outside of the two girls in the hotel at the same night rumor and the Ferrari getting
The
stuck
Ferrari
in the snow?
thing.
Would you be okay if the Bills
Oh,
re-signed?
yeah.
Why?
Because you're missing that one thing that I love about guys like him. He brings a cool factor to the game.
He's not as cool as you think he is.
I know.
Oh, really?
Not very cool.
You just mentioned three things off the
I
top of your
literally
head,
just said,
and that's the stuff
out!
that's the stuff we know about.
I
bro.
literally just said, outside of these specific things, you go, well, here's why. Those specific things.
He's cool.
Well, he's also got that-
smooth and he's cool.
He's smooth. He ran himself out of town.
I know.
He's still smooth, man. That dude is smooth, and you don't have one smooth dude on that team.
Bro, it ain't smooth.
There's no cool factor. There's no flash. There's just a bunch of lame asses. I mean, hey, great, but you need something. You need a little pop.
He's so smooth that he went to another team that barely made the playoffs, blew his knee out.
You worry about all this stuff nobody cares about.
Oh, you mean the stuff on the field? Josh
Yeah.
Allen won an MVP, and they had the most successful season they've had
You are
since
correct.
1994
But
without
you ain't
him.
cool.
Okay.
And you ain't smooth.
Bro, this team's super
Name
cool.
a smooth guy on that team.
Josh Allen is smooth as hell.
My God,
He ain't
he's a
smooth?
He's
Bro,
very smooth.
dorky ass boy.
he's a billionaire
Married
who's
to a movie
engaged.
star.
Thank
He's
you.
a dork. He's a great kid, but he's a
or
dork.
married.
Dork. Says the dorkiest dork.
All right,
ever
we're going
born.
out tonight. We're going out tonight.
Yeah.
You and I got offered out tonight.
Yeah.
2 cars waiting out front.
Okay.
There's a Ferrari idling,
Yeah.
and there's a big old Ford F-150 with "I love my mom and Jesus."
Even when
Who you
things
going out with?
Even when things were great with Stephon Diggs, I'm going with Josh. Not even a question.
Man, we'll enjoy your lame night at Bible study.
What are you talking about?
Stefan Diggs right now.
said.
By the way, Stefan Diggs also puts Bible quotes on his social media all the time.
But those are cool.
Oh, the
Bible
cool quotes.
Oh, the Sodom and Gomorrah ones before things went south?
Yes.
Stefan Diggs.
Like before Jesus got pissed, like those quotes.
When did Jesus get pissed?
He got pissed all the time.
No, one time he flipped tables over at the temple.
He was always yelling at everybody.
No, he wasn't. It was the opposite. I'm yelling at you about Jesus not yelling. How dare you do this on St. Patrick's Day?
Stefan Diggs always seems like a guy who always thinks the grass is greener. Right. Like he's done it kind of everywhere he's moved. Like this spot's good, but I think it's better over there. And maybe he realized, well, based on, how his season ended and everything, it's not as great as he thought it was going to be. So, yeah.
Okay,
now he wants to go back to where he feels like maybe it was better for him at the time.
So it could be that. It could be even worse than we think.
He's also got that lawsuit going on too, right?
Oh,
With
yeah,
his
where he's suing his ex, who
Yeah.
she claims it's a whole thing.
Yeah.
You got to Google it. It's a
Yeah.
lot. Again, we're talking about 252 WCMF. Stefan Diggs, former Bills wide receiver, over the weekend, after removing all of his Bills photos from Instagram after things went south, they're back up, baby, and he's a free agent. So, Kimmy, your thought is he wants to go back where things were good.
Or maybe he thought things were going to be better for him. Turns out they're not. So I want to go back to that situation because it wasn't as bad as I thought.
I think it may be more of a slap in the face than we think.
What's that?
So
it's definitely a slap in the face.
Oh, more so than even you're describing. Yeah. I'm sure his agent has had discussions with NFL teams. If either he does not like the money he's being offered, it's possible that there are no contenders that want anything to do with his services, and he wants a ring. That's what he's missing as an NFL player.
Yeah.
To me, Kimmy, this feels like I thought I was going to have the Chiefs,
they'll take me
the
back.
Ravens, the Chargers already lined up, and nobody wants him, so he thinks he still has friends in this franchise. And, I mean, look, Sean McDermott never says anything bad about players.
Yeah.
No.
And, like, when it comes to level of bad, he never really said anything bad about Stefan Diggs. But there were those quotes where it was like,
well, their whole motto this season was everybody eats.
Yes.
Like, we're going to spread out the ball. Nobody's more important than the other person. And while everybody was like, that's not taking a shot at Diggs, kind of felt like it was taking a shot at Diggs.
just look at the handshake at the Texans game between Diggs and Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Josh Allen picked up Brian Daboll last year when they played, his former offensive coordinator. Who else?
That's a big lift.
Tre'Davious White, before a playoff game, was rolling around in the grass with Josh Allen, a guy that hasn't been on this roster in a year. They were about to take on, this was to go play the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Somebody's season was going to end. And it was the coldest. No, there's no way this can happen.
Well, didn't they bring back? So Cole Beasley's the one that left and came back, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And didn't he kind of leave? Like he was kind of pissed off.
Really bad
Well,
terms.
he kind of retired.
But then he came back.
Didn't retire on purpose.
No, but I'm saying,
But
it's not like he went somewhere else and came back. Or no, he did.
No, he went to
Yeah,
Dallas.
he did.
He did go
no,
to
he was in Dallas. He went
I thought he went from Buffalo. He went to Dallas and he came back.
Dallas to Buffalo. He did go somewhere else. Maybe it was
After
the Giants.
Buffalo.
But anyway,
I don't
they brought
remember.
him back, and he kind of was pissy when he left.
He was terrible.
But they found a way to bring him back.
It was a different situation.
Yeah.
What you are forgetting is it was the end of the season. They had a ton of injuries. They also signed wide receiver John Brown, who had not played NFL football for 2 years.
Yeah.
So that was desperate. So yeah, man, look, if we get to
you don't need him.
If we get to December and the Bills have ridiculous injuries in the wide receiver core and Stefan Diggs is sitting there, yeah, I'll listen to that argument.
All right.
Now, go F yourself.
I don't have to be like that.
Get out of my face, man. You're a dick. You were a dick the whole time. You hurt our baby boy.
Well,
You hurt our baby
I think
boy.
the best thing you could do is that condescending. We're going to pass. Thank you, though. Thank you for thinking of us.
You do that.
Yeah.
I'll do the don't you hurt our baby boy, go F yourself. And you sit
My
there.
door's always open for a cool guy with a kill. He's got to have one of the best playlists in his car.
Look how desperate he is to hang out with someone
That's how
cool.
easy it is to get Tommy Millet, a cool guy with a cool playlist.
Just a Ferrari and some 70s funk.
Kim, you know who Tommy is?
Give me cool in the gang.
Tommy's that kid who would eat bugs to sit at the cool kids table at school.
Well, that's how you get in,
All right,
man.
now stick it up your nose. See what you can fit up there.
Oh, we'll be putting stuff up our nose. Don't worry about it. At least I will.
You would die immediately.
What?
So I think you should try it. This discussion we're going to have, we could not be on more opposite sides of this.
You and me.
Yes, and here's the thing. Neither of us, it's not our choice.
Oh.
Right? We were born this way. It's just how it worked out.
Yeah.
It turns out that something you've been yelling for years on the air, it was true.
Oh.
True.
See?
You are at a lifespan advantage because of this.
Oh.
But here's the thing. It doesn't matter. Because if I had the ability to gain what you had, but lose what I have, I ain't making that switch.
What are you losing?
Not a chance. 5 years of my life.
How's that work?
I'll explain all of it. And we'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. It's the one thing you have no control over about yourself. Well, unless you want to have some like weird ass surgery.
Yeah.
But it turns out men who feel like they've gotten the literal short end of the stick are winning in the end.
Okay.
And it raises a very interesting question, Thomas.
Where's that?
Would you rather live longer as the little guy or burn big for a shorter time?
Oh, okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF right now. You can log on to the contest page, WCMF.com. And for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the world's largest 80s party featuring M80s at the Vine Showroom at Del Lago Resort and Casino March 21st. Must be 21 years of age or older to attend a show at the Vine. Tickets are on sale right now at DelLagoResort.com. A new study
What do they say?
has struck a blow for all you short kings of the world.
So it's bad on the shorties.
No, it's actually good on the shorties.
Oh, okay.
A blow towards humanity.
All
is
right.
what I'm saying. Men who are 5'8" and under
Ooh, that's me.
live an average of 5 years longer
Damn.
than men who are taller than 5'8". The shorter you are, according to this study, the longer you live. And there's a reason they chose 5'8".
Okay.
5'9" is the average height for an American man.
So, but okay.
So essentially, if you are below average height as an
Yeah.
American man, you have, on average, 5 more years of life. And I have to give you your props. You've been yelling this for years
Yeah.
with no scientific background.
But I told you when I used to go see my parents at the nursing home, no tall people and mostly women.
But I always assume when you went into an old folks home, because like Kimmy, we'd have to go like volunteer or sing chorus concerts. I just assumed like 2 generations ago people were shorter.
Well, that is true. That is true. But you don't see any NBA players walking around.
Bill Russell,
Yeah, he did go long.
Will Chamberlain.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all I got.
I'm surprised Chamberlain went long given his lifestyle.
You know he lied about all that, right?
He had 2,000 women, man.
There are his teammates, just to go on a quick sidebar, all said they never saw him with a woman.
Bro, he tore it up.
Okay.
But that's every jealous guy, right?
Okay.
I never see him with anybody, man. Because Will couldn't get laid.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Here is my question.
What's that question?
Because here's your choice. You can either call in and participate,
Yeah.
or you can hear Tommy and I scream at each other for the next 15 minutes. To all of the short kings and tall drinks of water out there, would you rather be shorter and live an extra 5 years,
Yeah.
or lose that 5 years of your life to live as a tall man? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, would you lose 5 years of your life to be 6 foot?
No. Think of all the greats that were short. Like, like changed history.
For example.
Churchill.
Oh, okay. How tall was
Short.
Churchill?
He was under 5'9".
Are you sure?
Yeah. He actually gave his speech standing on FDR's desk like he was an ornament to the press.
Oh, you're ready,
You want
Tommy?
another one? Tommy Lasorda. Short.
Yeah,
Want another one? You want another one? I got another one.
That was a pretty big gap between Churchill fighting off Hitler and Tommy Lasorda fighting off the Philly fanatic. We will take on the fanatic on the shores. We'll take on the fanatic on the sky. And then he responded,
You want another one?
Yeah.
Charlie Manson, top of his game. That guy was under 5 foot.
He wasn't under 5 foot.
Charlie Manson was under 5
Was he
foot.
really?
He was
Yeah.
right about Churchill, so maybe he's right about
How tall was Churchill?
5'6".
No kidding. Look at that.
And a power drinker.
You know, I always wondered why you had this obsession with Churchill, and now it's all making sense.
Okay.
Oh, I worship the guy.
Charles Manson's 5'2".
All right, came in a little. But yeah, everybody lies about their height.
What has Charles Manson ever lied about? Okay, so you're telling me
Yeah.
you would not lose that 5 years of your life.
I
to
mean,
live
yeah,
as a 6
there are benefits to being tall, but I also I don't want to die, so I'll take it.
Okay, but here's the thing, man. It's a fantasy you've always dreamed of living. Like, let's not be
Being
right.
tall? Yeah.
right?
I think
mean,
every guy wants to be tall.
think about how it would be to be able to get things off the top shelf for yourself. Like, you've never had that experience in your life.
See what you do?
No, I'm being serious.
Yeah, you shame people.
Like, think of all the money you could have
You
saved.
short shame me.
Think of all the
You're a
money
short
you
shamer.
could have saved in step stools over the years.
Yeah, but he's short, so he's better at climbing.
I've never.
Yeah, I was good.
Short people are great at climbing.
I was doing some climbing last night on Mount Yo Mama.
See what you did?
I'm just
See what you
saying.
I
did?
brought this flag for all humanity.
He can get up on the counter
Stop that.
like a cat.
He's like. All right, so you would not trade 5 years to be 6 foot.
No.
Okay.
But I would be great to be tall, yes, because everybody wants to be tall, dark, and handsome, right? That was the thing.
Sure. Now here's the thing.
Yeah.
There is no way I would trade being 6'3" for another 5 years of my life, because every tall guy listening to this show knows what I'm about to say. Being tall is the greatest thing.
But you're never comfortable.
ever. I'm comfortable right now,
Clothes
looking
don't
down
fit.
at your tiny ass.
Clothes don't fit
Hockey
right.
jersey fits just fine.
That thing's hanging off you. You can put 3A in there.
Yeah.
Or one of your old ones.
What do y'all want?
When you was fat.
No, I guarantee.
Question though, as you get older, do you think that'll change?
Well,
like as you get older and you realize being short's a lot more comfortable, you have a lot less problems.
The joint pains you're gonna have.
Look, all of these things I have yet to see. You're not wrong. It could change, but
like your old man, he's a big guy.
Sure.
And I'm sure like now because he's had some health issues.
Yeah.
He probably wishes he was a little bit smaller.
I know my dad. He also would not trade 5 years of his life to not be 6'3". Look, for some reason, as a tall person, people give you more respect right out of the gate. People will unknowingly, like involuntarily, get out of my way when I'm walking. I don't know why.
Because you're so goddamn loud.
But no, when I'm walking with my mouth shut, idiot.
People leave you like they left the Hindenburg.
If I am
screaming and on fire.
If I walk through. I'm telling you, I'm sure you see this with your husband because he's over 6 foot.
And she's tall too, but we're doing men.
We'll get to Kimmy.
Thank you.
Also on Tommy's to-do list this weekend. Men. If I walk through Wegmans or the mall, people just move for me. I don't try to do anything.
They figure you're hungry.
Okay.
You should look like you haven't eaten in a month.
I can find.
But is that because they because they respect you or because they're scared of you? Which
I don't think it's respect. I don't think it's fear. I just think it's like ingrained in us. If somebody is bigger than you, you move out of the way. It's a weird thing because I find myself doing it for like guys that are taller than me, but like that's a freakishly large man.
How tall are you? 6'2"?
6'3", depending on the day. Like I was walking around in my kilt shoes this weekend, so like probably a little shorter today.
Okay.
But here's the thing, man. Like
kilt shoes.
It's something that women also find attractive.
You do.
Well, that's that caveman crap.
I think
this guy with the biggest forehead I've ever seen.
The taller you are, the less your face matters.
Thank you.
I think
right.
You get.
So the looks don't count as much if you're tall.
I think like a woman will just see a tall, like a bigger person and be, and you get a couple points added to your, you know, your looks.
Okay, so here's the thing. We can scream at each other this whole discussion, but Kimmy is the one that really holds the key to this. Again, 252 WCMF 252-9263. New study shows that men under 5'8" live an average of 5 years longer than men over 5'8". They chose 5'8" because 5'9" is the average height for the American man. So if you are below average height, you have an average of 5 more years. Kimmy, on a scale of 1 to 10, how important is the height of a man?
Okay, but I'm a bad person to ask.
Yeah, because she's got a big ride at home. So what do you think she's going with?
I was going to say because I'm tall.
You have short friends?
No, I'm saying, but you're asking me.
I don't know. Do you like taller men?
For me personally, it matters just because it's more of an insecurity on my part. Because I feel like I don't want to be
it's
like.
not you, it's me.
No,
says every woman telling the truth.
As a girl, like growing up being bigger than all the other girls, I always felt like you want somebody to make you feel small.
Have you ever dated a shorty? Ever?
Like I remember, like my first boyfriend in like middle school was way shorter than me.
Yeah, but that's not like
still taller than Tommy at this moment.
No, I mean like somebody you were intimate with, but short.
Yeah, no, I don't think I dated somebody probably around the same height, but not shorter.
All right.
I don't know why you're getting upset.
She's the shortest.
No, okay. No, she's a what?
She's the shortest.
She's the shortest.
Yes.
You're shortest.
You're a short shamer, and she's the shortest.
No, bro, there's no need to get upset. There was no need to get upset. It was an honest
Short
question.
lives matter.
Let me ask you this then, smart guy, because you get furious when Kimmy answers an honest question about height. If you met a woman who was 6'2" and she was into you, would you give her a chance?
Oh yeah.
My ass.
Well, her ass would be way up there, but yes.
I've
dated taller women.
I think you.
No, taller women to you is 5'8".
But that's a tall woman.
Tommy slow dances with his wife with his hands around her waist.
So you're saying the woman would be 6'2"?
An inch shorter than me, 6'2", without heels, flat-footed. Would you date her?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I'd be like one of those rich jockeys walking around like Lexington.
She could wear you in a baby Bjorn.
Well, let's do it, baby.
Okay.
No, that would not stop me from dating a taller woman.
Okay. All right.
Were you thinking I would be too insecure?
I do think so.
I'm already short. There's nothing about it.
Well, no, but I mean, I think that like when you saw a picture of you two together for the first
time. That would
time,
be a little disturbing, yes.
Right. And you would ask her not to wear heels.
Yeah.
She'd end up being like, 6'4", 6'5".
All right. Well, then that's like a freak.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to date a woman that is freakishly tall.
But no, okay.
And 6'2" is getting.
Well, she wouldn't have to be that tall. I mean, just a
I'm
taller
5'5".
woman in a pair of heels is going to tower over you.
Okay, that's explainable. But if you're like 6'5",
well, that's tall. I mean, that's just tall. In
that's yeah, that's ridiculous.
Okay, you're 5'5".
Yeah.
There are women that are 5'9". That's not out of the question. That's a standard thing.
Yeah.
So if a 5'9" woman, already 4 inches taller than you, put on 3-inch heels, she's 6 foot.
She's working at the Mirage?
She's now 7 inches taller than you.
Yeah, but I've dated women like that.
You didn't know her. She went to a different school. She goes, she's in Canada. She's friends with my cousin.
Do you know what the tallest woman you ever dated was? Like, actually not went on a date, but dated.
I still remember her name. Her name was Therma, and I worked with her at Winn-Dixie.
Yeah. How tall?
She was pretty tall, man. She was probably, I mean, in the day, I would say she was like 5'10".
That's pretty tall.
And
wow.
We went out. What? Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. It'll hurt more after you tell the story.
But I had a Jones for her. You know, we went out a couple of times. It was fun.
And the height never bugged you?
No, it probably bugged her more, and there was some other issues at the time.
Like just you being you?
No, I can tell you, she was a black woman.
Okay, yeah. Why wouldn't you just say that up front?
It was the early 70s in the Deep South, so it was kind of weird. You know what I'm saying? It was a different day and age. So I mean, when we went out for drinks, not only was she taller than me, she was a black woman. I'm a little white boy. And we got a lot of stares at the greenhouse.
Can I do a quick timeout here?
Yeah.
Okay. You make things that are not controversial so
it's
controversial by
it was
doing
a different
it.
day and age.
No,
bro.
I understand, but you can say right now the woman was black.
Yes.
And that was frowned upon where I was at the time.
Yes.
It's the way you told it.
You do this
And she
dance
was
around.
tall,
Okay, I get it.
And I was short and white. It was
No, I get it, but you do this dance around like, I don't want to say. It's nice that the world has changed a little bit where this is now acceptable. Like the guy that I work with is married to a black woman, so it's totally fine. But you do this like, ooh,
well, you got to be careful with
Why
people.
is that careful?
I don't know the way people read into things. I'm just trying to be nice here.
The relationship was not successful because of the pressures of race of where you were at the time.
I
would not have been even if you guys
yeah.
had gotten along. Because look, you're a monster. I get why she wouldn't have been
No,
into
we
you.
had fun. We had a couple of nice dates.
Okay.
Things went well, and then it went south. Not bad, you know.
What relationship of yours didn't go south?
So far, this one. It's been about it.
And, a relationship like that in the 70s, the further south you went, the worse it was going to get. 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this new study. Men who are 5'8" and under live an average of 5 years longer than men above 5'8". Tommy says he would not take 5 years off the end of his life to be tall. He's lying. There's no way I would trade 5 more years to be short. Being tall, I'm telling you, every day I get out of bed, I thank God I have been blessed with the height.
But to Kimmy's point, wait till your ass gets old.
Okay, so that's the other thing.
Well, like I said, or just the difficulty of being an older, tall person and having everything be uncomfortable.
Because they start bending over, too.
Yeah. Not like you, who looks comfortable all the time.
We all
look,
lose our height over time.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying he can't get out of chairs.
It is weird. You have tall people problems.
Yeah, 2 of them right now.
You have a bad back.
Tall people problems.
You got tall mouth right now, bro.
Oh, yeah, it was. I already did.
Yeah, you did it already, stupid. Kimmy set you up. Thanks. Shut up. No, to your point, Kimmy, there is a massive flaw in this question. The only people qualified to answer this are men in their 70s. Because they're the ones that have lived full lives as tall men or short men. Mm-hmm. They are looking down the barrel of the end, with life expectancy being 76 years old in America. They have a full understanding of the lifetime benefits of being tall, the lifetime handicaps of being short, vice versa. I mean, 5 years is a long time when you're in your 70s.
Not when you're at 5 years ain't long when you want more.
No, that's my point.
Yes, okay.
Okay, so like for example, if you live to 76, that's like 15% of your lifespan.
Yeah.
5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I would be curious, tall and short men that are 72, 73. Would you have lived your life as a short man for another 5 years? Or would you have wanted life as a 6-foot man and life's over now?
Well, the one experiment I did see with a tall dude that went long was my sister-in-law's dad,
You
Frank.
call him an experiment?
Yeah, because he went long.
Yeah.
He went to 93.
Oh, that's
and
cool.
I knew him in his 70s and 80s when he was still driving and talking, and he was southern smooth, charming guy. But he was older, cat. He was like in his 70s, and her girlfriends loved him.
Oh,
Like they said, like I would date your dad. Like, and they were serious about how charming, and he was tall. It was still kind of good looking. You know what I mean? But he was a tall cat that went in. He went 90. He went to 95.
damn.
And that dude was like your height.
Oh, good. So I'm fine.
Yeah. Drove a truck. He had it all going on.
Sure.
He was like an old ass Burt Reynolds.
There's your Burt Reynolds crush again.
Who doesn't like Burt Reynolds, man?
Yeah.
He was a great guy. #1 in the box office for 5 years in the 70s.
Actor, fine. Guy, not so much.
A lot of that was blown out of proportion, Pat.
Okay. Look, I will say this.
What's that?
And I say this sincerely,
Yeah.
not to be a dick. Being tall is so awesome. I really wish, Tommy, there was a way for me to, like, for you to have one day to experience, how much better life is being tall. I'm telling you. If there was a way for me to give you my height for a day, I would do it in a second just so you can come back and be like, wow, this is the greatest thing that's ever happened.
But I would like to do the same for you.
No, because I want to see things.
No, but you never experienced it.
Yeah,
You're not curious?
But we could.
About being short?
We could do this.
How could we do
You
this?
can meet me in the men's room and get on your knees. And you'll get the full short guy experience.
You know what's funny? If I got my knees in front of you, I'd still be at your chin.
Yeah, well, that's all I need.
That doesn't make sense. Like, how embarrassing is that? Sure, you're sodomizing me, but you also need a phone book. So who's really winning here?
I don't know.
Probably you still. Let's take a break. Sorry, everybody. On hold. We're gonna move on. Let's talk about relationships.
Yeah, sure.
Because this study would indicate that there is more romance floating around America than we thought. However, if you look a little deeper, that may not be the case. In fact, this romantic statistic may be dooming these relationships that are doing something more than we have since 1990, maybe in the history of America. Because you think people should live together before they get married.
Yeah.
Folks are doing that. But it's the reason why.
Okay.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. On WCMF. This story may not be as romantic as it seems on the surface.
Oh.
Because when you hear this, it sounds like we're finding people we want to spend our lives with and committing early. But you can also make the argument this is something that has to be done for the sake of survival. And if that's the case, these relationships are doomed from the start.
Oh, they're going to tank.
You're hanging out at the Breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. A new study shows the amount of unmarried romantic partners. Are you with me?
Yeah.
Boyfriend, girlfriend.
Yeah, living together.
Yep. Are living together. That's on the rise. Unmarried romantic partners living together are on the rise.
So sinning's on the rise.
Yes, exactly.
All right.
In fact, that number has doubled since 1990.
Damn, shacking up.
And again, to be clear, these people are unmarried, but in romantic relationships and sharing a place to live.
Yeah.
So, Kimmy, if I asked you why folks who are just dating are now twice as likely to be living together today than back in 1990, what would your first guess be?
I would think it's out of necessity almost, right?
Financial.
I mean, financial, like splitting bills.
Okay.
I mean, if you enjoy this person's company, you feel like you can live together, I think a lot of people are willing to try it out to save money.
Okay, so
nothing else.
Let's get into this discussion, because here's the thing. Before we do, there are other factors that could lead to this. I mean, there's less stigma today, unmarried folks living together than 30 years ago.
No big deal.
There are folks, we've also seen the marriage rates decline, so there could be people that want to spend lives together but don't ever plan to get
these
married.
could be people who plan on being partners for life. They just don't make it official.
Yeah, we do, guys.
Yeah, but it does feel like right now, folks are moving in earlier with romantic partners for solely financial reasons. That you can only afford a place to live outside of your parents or without 3 or 4 roommates if you have a boyfriend or girlfriend.
Together. Yeah, you got to pool your resources, basically.
So there's this new theory that's shown up the last couple of years, Tommy. Kimmy, I don't know if you've heard of this. It's called the singles tax. Are you familiar with this?
No.
Okay, the idea being, if you are single and living outside of your parents' house, you are paying double for everything. If you're in a relationship, you can get a 1-bedroom apartment, half price.
Yeah.
Your electric, water bill, deposit, all half price. From a financial standpoint, it is really dumb not to find someone to settle down with as fast as possible and find a place.
Yeah, but you could make a big social mistake doing that.
I don't think it's could. I think it's you are. But
I think it also maybe makes that relationship move a little too quickly if you feel that pressure to move in together, split bills. If usually you could take your time making that decision, but if you both need help financially and you decide, well, let's do this. Let's just see how it goes.
And I do feel bad if that's your first break away from your house, going right into like a relationship like that. You don't get that space I think everybody should get when you're just becoming an adult. And I think that's like vital to your personality, to your life.
Everything you are saying is true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You need that gasket.
Look, I made that mistake. I went right from living with my folks to like moving in with this chick. And
you missed that space.
Yeah. And look, I got it on the back end, right? Like moved in with some buddies afterwards, and I was on the road, so I was spending a lot of time, all that. But look, I think if we're going to pull the Band-Aid off here, all these relationships are doomed. Okay, maybe not all, but most of these relationships, moving in with a partner, a romantic partner.
Reasons.
Exactly. But it's a massive commitment.
Yeah.
Sharing that space with someone you don't really know is a gamble. And you're also, to your point, leaving a big part of your life behind in the independence you're losing in that decision. Like, we can all remember the culture shock we had the first couple of weeks we moved in with a woman or man for the first time, right? Right? And for most of us, it was someone we saw a legit future with.
Yeah, because you don't know. So you think like it's all going to be rosy. And it's not.
No, I know. I'm just thinking of you moving in with your wife, first wife.
She moved in with me.
Okay, it's not a contest.
I saved her.
Did you?
Hey,
you saved her.
She's not around to ask.
It tells me you didn't.
No, but to your point, like I was also single for a while and had my own place.
Sure.
And that was way better than after the first 2 months of being married.
How old were you when you got married the first time?
21.
Oh.
She was 17.
God, what are you, a Ringo Starr song?
21 and 17 is almost the same.
She's only 17.
Hey, bro, it was the 70s.
She's on my benefits.
You can have sex with anything back then. That's the Kennedys.
How are you so careful about saying things that aren't
and then
offensive?
That falls out of your mouth.
That you had no problem
What?
with. Okay. 252 WCMF. Again, the amount of unmarried people in romantic relationships that are now living together, that number has doubled since 1990.
So guys in hell have gone way up.
Well, bro, I mean, look, I want to be team bro here. And don't get me wrong, I had my bad experiences. I got to feel bad for the ladies, too. Because you're talking 20-year-old guys.
Oh, yeah.
20-something-year-old guys that are moving in with a woman for the first time. If you're leaving mom's house, you probably have a bunch of expectations for this woman that she's going to be my mommy, too.
Yeah. You're just a huge pig. She's got to take care of it.
You're going to clean up my stuff. You're going to do my laundry. You're going to do my dishes.
Especially if you haven't had roommates to that point, because roommates are going to, at some point, be like, hey, clean up your crap, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you'll have that dynamic between roommates where you kind of realize, like, who's good at what and what your faults are in terms of your living situation. But if you're just going straight from parents' house into relationship roommate, that's going to be really complicated.
So I remember, like, back when I was a kid working in the meat business, these guys would hook up with these chicks that were going to move in together and stuff like that. One of the funniest ones I remember was this dude, he's moving in with this chick in some busted little South Florida apartment. And you know the place. It's just a scuzz hole, right? But, they're in love, right? He's moving in with a box of porn that he wrote on the side. Pornography.
Why would you write pornography
right.
on the box?
And she's like screaming at him, what is that? And he's like, what? Because he goes, I'm going to keep it in the closet so you don't have to see it.
Oh, my God.
Porn.
Why would you label the box?
Because he's an idiot.
Could have just put a star on it or something. Just something to remind yourself.
Pornography on it.
No, but like going back to Kimmy's point a second ago.
That's an idiot. That's what she's going to live with.
Yes, but like if you're moving in with someone romantically just to save cash, like the ending can be an effing nightmare. Because Kimmy brings up the whole like if you live with other roommates, you find what's good and what's bad.
Yeah.
And if things get so intolerable, it's an easy fix of finding someone else to take that guy's spot. There is no easy way out of this situation if it goes south with the romantic partner you're living with.
You're stuck.
You got a lease? If you have one bedroom, you can't go off in your separate rooms and ride it out. If one of you wants to move out, then the other has to be financially stable enough to handle the bills and rent on your own, which you probably don't have that because you wouldn't be doing this in the first place.
And one of you could just stiff. Like you could come home one day and they're gone, and you're just stuck.
You're right.
And I've seen guys have that happen to them.
No, look, I mean, as beneficial as it can be financially for people in their 20s to save money, it has the serious potential to wreck a few years of your life.
You're going to pay.
If it goes wrong, right? You sound so vindictive. Yeah. You'll pay.
You'll pay.
Oh, make you pay.
See you in hell.
All right, let me ask you guys this question. Because you guys are anti-moving in with someone romantic just to save money.
Yeah.
Kimmy, do you think people should move in together before they get married to see if it works?
I mean, that's always been my policy. I think it's a good move because you're going to find out really quickly whether or not this is somebody that you could see a future with.
Okay.
So I'm all for it, but I know that there are people that, don't think that way or are very against it.
Do you think people should move in together?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So you just had this
I don't know if you can really know somebody until you're living under the same roof as them.
At least you get the initial shock out of the way.
Yeah.
Like you find up all the stuff up front. Before you lock it in. Like to me, it's insane to do it the other way. I get the old school. Like my uncle married my aunt right after the war. He'd been in her company 4 times. Like I can't even wrap my head around that.
Mm-hmm.
So wait, they met 4 times.
They met, and just like it could be 1940s being at an Italian house holds. They didn't do anything.
Man, she must have been a piece of ass 4 times.
Oh, she was a smoke show. My aunt Victoria. Jesus Christ.
I was trying to make a joke and make it.
That was Italian type, baby.
Okay.
She had some sweet cookies. Well, you asked me questions.
Well, I forgot that you're also.
She had meatballs pet.
I forgot you're also a family. Your dad suggested that you date your cousin.
And my uncle was, he played in the NFL.
Sure. Yeah, tall drink of water. Really.
He had one like a gorilla's pishkanin. I'm telling you right now. Bada bing, bada boom. You can hear her moaning all the way to Queens.
The long way around to the question I was trying to get to.
Go ahead.
What is the appropriate amount of time to date someone where you can officially feel I can move in with this person?
Oh, okay.
Give me a number.
The time. Minimum 9 months.
Oh.
That's a birth.
But do you think
the birth of anything? 9 months.
I think that might depend on your age.
Okay.
Because I think that maybe the older you are, you might be a little bit more likely to not rush it, but like maybe you feel like I'm comfortable in my own. I don't know.
You're
Like
set in
you,
your
you
own
both
ways.
probably know yourselves better at that point
Okay.
to know whether or not it's going to work. So not that you're going to rush things, but maybe you look at time a little bit differently.
Look, I get what you're saying, but it also sounds like you're explaining like I have things I want to do. Have kids, get
Yeah, it
married
could
by
be
a
that
certain
too.
age,
It could
and
be
that
that
sounds
too.
but that sounds dangerous. That sounds like the same thing as moving
Yeah,
into something.
you're rushing it
I,
along.
But I
Yeah.
think like you're also looking for somebody. I think you know more what you want from somebody, and when you find that, you're ready to go.
Okay. I do need a period of time. Give me 25-year-old versus 45-year-old.
25. Give it time. Give it like a year, at least.
Okay.
And then what was the other age?
45.
45.
3 hours.
I could see like deciding that things are working out with under 6 months.
That's really fast.
That's too fast.
That's really fast.
Like, if you're a woman and this guy wants to move in 6 months, there's an issue with this dude.
You bring up a really good point.
This guy's coming up short somewhere.
Depending on gender, it does look very different.
Yeah.
Like, if I had a woman that wanted to move in with me immediately, let's say I'm single right
Mm-hmm.
now, I would think she's in love with me. She wants to be with me, can't be without me. If my sister had a guy that wanted to move in with her in the first 2 months,
Yeah.
that guy's a bum.
Yeah, he's a total bum. And
Well, what if he?
and that's 100% of the time bum.
It's not 100%.
It
No,
is.
what
Was
if he's
my
got his own
sister, man.
place and you just, why are we both living in, why are we both paying two separate
No, but
rents
if he's
or living
moving
in
in
two
with
separate
her
houses?
and he's rushing it, bum.
Well, no,
Oh,
but
so I mean, it could also be getting a place together.
Okay,
still kind of bummy.
kind of bummish.
Feels bum.
Okay.
It's bum-esque.
I don't know.
Like
I don't
if-
think
like
I'd
if-
judge somebody.
I would say, like, let's say the dude owns a house
Okay.
and she rent,
Yeah.
and he wants her to move in quick. Okay, he's at least established.
But that's
But
weird
if
that
he's
you
on the
judge it
other
one
end,
way,
man,
not the other.
But if she's got a house and he ain't, and he's moving in, that's a bum.
But
You know
you're
what I'm saying?
describing somebody that has nothing else going on, and that's why they want to move in.
That's kind of what's showing up here on the rush.
But that's what you're picturing. That's not necessarily what I was talking about.
You are talking to two men who have done exactly what we're
and
describing
I had a
here.
busted ass sister that pulled this move 5 freaking times.
I mean, look, you're way smarter with most stuff than us, but we
we know. Listen,
Yeah.
man, my sister was a low woman, a low end woman. I mean, in a good way, good, fine woman.
One of the worst ELO songs, by the way.
Low
Low-end
woman.
women.
No, but you know what I mean. She was, she was low, hey, but heart of gold, Pat.
One of my favorite Neil Young songs. No woman with a heart of gold.
But I think you know what I'm describing here.
I am
Good. Hey,
Get away from me.
good,
I know.
sturdy woman.
I don't even know
but
who you're
low.
insulting more. The
What
woman or
women?
the guy moving in who's a bum.
Keep in mind, he needed to live with them for free. The bum, you were bummier
Okay,
than the
oh,
bum.
wait.
Just to let everybody know, Tommy, when he was on the road, had to move into his sister
I
and
rented
her
a room from
husband's.
her.
Yeah,
When
rented a
you-
room. My balls rented a room, which he heard his sister and his brother-in-law having sex in the room next door, and you just called that dude a bum.
How long were you and your wife dating for before you moved into her house?
Couple years.
Was
Okay.
it that long? Okay. I thought it was less time.
I'm gonna say 3 years.
Okay.
Bum.
Bum.
How dare you?
I had just lost the house.
Oh, your wife now. You're
Yeah,
saying.
yeah. She's
Oh,
right?
bro, you're.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant his first wife.
No. I was
Because then I
asking
got
about his
scared.
wife now.
No, man. She
I
was
met her
17.
when she was 11. Like my grandpa Nolan's told me to do.
Well, that was completely up and up in self.
No, she's absolutely right. The
What?
situation you heard now, you bum.
Well, I'm a low guy.
You lived in an empty house. You moved into her home. You don't pay for anything.
But you would call me a low guy.
You're ugly. You don't take care of your kids. Dope chopping, weed selling. All right, let's take a break. There's a problem out in Brockport.
What happened?
Big ass
Oh,
problem. It's
with the college kids?
Nope. No. It's affecting businesses. It's affecting residents trying to get around. And here's the thing. There are some.
When are they going to fix this thing?
Well, but I mean, it's a valid argument.
yeah,
because,
but you want it fixed.
Did
You
you see-
bitch to bitch, fix it.
Did you see the story?
Yeah.
Look, man, there are some villages, towns in this area where there is one way in and out.
Yeah, and you overused it. Now it needs to be fixed.
God, he is such the man.
I know.
He is such the man.
What?
Oh, 1%er Tommy Bear, you wanted to use it. You wanted to
You
drive
want
over.
my business?
You drove over
better
the bridge
fix it.
too many
You
times.
didn't take care of it.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. I mean, folks in Brockport have a legitimate bitch here.
Do they?
I'll look.
You want it fixed?
Okay. You'll be that guy. You sound like your dad. Oh, you know, you got to make money on it.
You want a rush job? Who wants to drive over a rush job? Here, line up.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF story on 10 NBC this weekend has folks in Brockport very, very, very upset. Why are you laughing?
Because they're a bunch of dumbasses.
It's hurting business, man. So the bridge out there in Brockport that connects Main Street to like everything.
Yeah, it's the main drag there.
The Main Street Bridge, yes. It's been out of commission for over a year, and it was supposed to reopen multiple different times. Those dates have continued to be pushed back over and over and over again. For example, according to the story on 10 NBC, it was supposed to reopen on September 6th. The latest extension has it going to at least mid-May. Now, the bridge is 110 years old.
Yeah, so I guess getting parts is a little tough.
Supply chain issues is what the town is saying. And the town feels bad. I mean, or the village, whatever it is, they say. I don't know. But it doesn't change the fact that businesses say they are losing 25% of their business on Main Street, that folks who live in Brockport can't get to these places without having to do these major workarounds.
So what are you going to do, scream at the guys that don't have the parts to fix it?
No, they're screaming at the government.
All right. What do you want the government to do? Go back to Prohibition to get the bolts to fix this thing?
You ready? You know what they want them to do?
What do you want to do?
Fix it!
Fix
it! You know what it?
Y'all chinsed out. You waited too long. You ragged that thing out.
Uh-huh.
You never did the repairs. You don't take care of your kids.
Okay. It's 110 years old.
Right.
What are you talking about?
It's an old-ass bridge. It's going to take time.
You know what's funny about this?
What's that?
Is there are a couple of towns that have this problem.
Similar, so you would think similar issues, right?
Yeah, Fairport's one of them. Spencerport's got this, right? Issue where like one road can make or break a community. Pittsford also this.
Yes.
That bridge right in front of the spa at the Del Monte, across the street from Pittsford Dairy.
Yeah.
Right around the corner from where you live.
Yeah.
If that bridge was out of commission for a year, you would spend every day screaming into a microphone, "Fix it! Fix it! Fix it!"
Is that what I sound like?
You know it too.
Point at the sign.
I think it was around
September.
Was it around the PGA tournament that was here or Bill's camp? Probably around the same time. When they had a significant portion of the road out due to construction, and everybody's like freaking out because they're like, "How are we gonna get there?"
Swim.
Okay.
Backstroke.
Look, I get that Rochester, the greater Rochester area, is a very old community. That
And you got a lot of old-ass bridges, man.
Literally what I just said. And it's not so much the bridges. It's more the way the towns and villages were designed, where like it's one main thoroughfare.
Otherwise, you're going way far out of your way to get there.
It is pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
That at some point in the 20s, 30s, 40s, when like the road started growing, they didn't consider this as a potential problem.
Yeah, but you can't. I mean, how far in the future does anybody think?
Well, like I said,
but when
that's
it was growing,
a problem.
Though, yeah.
I mean, she's right. Like you had all these guys coming home post-war. They were buying homes out in the suburbs.
Right.
Like the population of these places
Yeah.
boomed, hence your name, baby boomers.
But you wouldn't know that in the 1930s when you're putting this bridge up.
No, I
right?
understand. I'm not talking about the bridge.
Right.
I'm talking about ways around the bridge.
Like building another road.
More bridges,
Right.
more roads, an easier way to get around these towns. And I get that Brockport and Spencerport and Pittsford and Fairport are quaint.
Yeah.
And like those bridges make the town.
Sure.
But when they go out, you're effed, man.
Yeah.
Well, and how old is SUNY Brockport? Because you would think once that started going up, like, hey, we're going to need some more ways in and out of here.
Actually, isn't SUNY Brockport? I only think it opened in
not
the
that old.
1950s.
Honestly, I have no idea.
I'm going to check it
I
right
always
now.
thought it started earlier and then grew. I don't know.
I don't know why I thought. Oh no, I take it back. 1835, the Brockport Collegiate
1830.
Institute.
Right, pre-Civil War.
Okay, look, it's SUNY Brockport started in 1948. So that's what threw me.
Gotcha.
You douchebag.
So it was pre-Civil War that college was around.
Yeah, so Brockport Collegiate Institute, Brockport State Normal School. That was the name of the
normal. We're going to teach you normal today.
Brockport State Teachers College, SUNY Brockport, and then the college at Brockport State University of New York.
So that was all one college.
This has all been one school. It doesn't.
And it just keeps changing names?
Yeah. Pretty much where it's going.
All right.
Think about how much they've spent in signs. Also not something you're thinking about moving forward. Brockport, not very forward thinking. 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this issue out in Brockport. The Main Street Bridge is out. It's been out for over a year. It was supposed to be done by September, but it's been pushed back multiple times. And People who live in the town say it's impossible to get around. Folks who have businesses on Main Street are freaking out. Some businesses say their business is down 25%.
25%.
She's such a dick. That these are not legitimate concerns.
Okay, but you have to wait. It takes time. What did you think was going to happen when they said they're going to fix this bridge?
Well, when they said September 6th, that's what I thought was going to happen.
Can you think of one construction that they started out and they nailed it, came in on budget, on time, especially now with supply chain? You can't get the stuff.
What? Who are you being paid by Brockport, the government of Brockport right now?
You can't.
You can't get this stuff. What stuff?
Everything. The tariffs are coming in. Now there's more money. I can't get the guys.
September 6th, there was before the election.
Yeah, but there was rumors, Pat.
Rumors of the tariffs?
There's rumors of the
tariff rumors? Sounds like a Fleetwood Mac album. Tariff rumors. Sing a song.
But I saw the news that people were bitching. What do you want? What do you want, lady? Great. Your candle business is down 20%.
It's how she pays her mortgage,
well,
man.
I didn't tell you to go to the goddamn candle business.
I didn't tell you to build one bridge for the town.
And by the way, with that candles, back when you needed candles, yeah, I get it. Right now.
What are you talking
When they
about?
built that bridge, you probably needed candles.
252
It's the only way you could read the Bible at night.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Rick. Hey, Rick, how are you, buddy?
Good morning.
What up?
Long-time listener.
Great to have you, Rick.
Yeah, there's 3 bridges right in a row, and the one that you're discussing is right in the center. It is on Main Street.
Sure.
But there's within a quarter of a mile, there's 3 bridges there.
Okay.
Take away that one, there's 2.
Okay,
But it's killing the business with that bridge right there because nobody's coming down Main Street to shop. That's the bitch.
Well, if you go probably 150 yards to the east, you got another bridge.
Well, after that, I'm going to go to Walmart.
I love how you're arguing with him. He's making your point
I know.
stupid. That's how stupid your point is. You don't hear it when it's being argued back at you.
Well, I get there's other ways in.
Rick, let me ask you a question, because you're right. I am not the most intimately familiar with Brockport. I assume you live out that way?
Yes.
Okay, so if I were to take another bridge during, morning rush hour, evening rush
It's a
hour,
little busier.
lunchtime, if I live on the opposite side of the Main Street Bridge trying to get home, what does that add to my commute?
2 minutes.
I don't know if I believe you, Rick.
No, it's seriously maybe 2 minutes. That's it.
All right. Well, see what you did? Tommy was right the whole time.
Here they are bitching away.
You got one to the east, and you got one to the west of it, and the farthest one is maybe 200 yards.
Oh, you're talking about the West Brockport Bridge.
Well, you got Main Street, and then you got one probably 150 yards to the east,
He
and
measured.
another one
Yeah.
200 yards to the west of it.
You got the Main Street Brockport Bridge, the West Street Brockport Bridge, the East Street Brockport Bridge. Which,
Sure.
by the way,
Let's do that way.
Springsteen was the band he was going to start. The East Street Brockport Bridge. Yeah. Rick, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. There goes Bridge Ricky. Did a lot for Jackie Robinson.
Yes, he did.
Bridge Ricky. Let's take a break. What?
No, I was just gonna say, I feel like everybody that lives. I was gonna say everybody lives in either Brockport, Spencerport. That's exactly how they describe the bridge. About 200 feet down to the west there, another bridge, 2 minutes away.
I don't know how Spencerport does it. That bridge is horrifying. I don't know how you people do that because
That's the one where it's only one car at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, one lane at a time.
There's a few
That's what I
bridges
meant.
like that where everybody's got to be cool.
Oh, I love how a second ago it was all awesome. Now it's like, oh no, Bruce Springsteen, these Brockport Bridge band. Speaking of massive celebrity musicians.
What happened?
I mean, this guy, he's a household name, even though he has not been alive for 50 years.
Wow.
But it's that sentence that's up for debate now. What if I told you
Yeah.
a legendary rock and roller, who we still play here on CMF on a regular basis.
But he's left the earth.
Well, that's what he wanted you to think. What if I told you that man did not, in fact, die?
Oh.
What if I told you that for the last 50 years, he's been living under an assumed name in upstate New York?
What kind of jive-ass crap is this?
Okay, jive-ass crap. It's called a documentary, bro, and those would not lie to you
And
about
they found him.
anything. Well, that's what this documentary has set out to prove.
Can't wait to hear this.
Bro, he's been an hour away this entire time.
Why? He was a household name and he just disappeared?
Oh, no, with this guy, it would make perfect sense.
So you believe him? You believe it's plausible?
I am not saying it's unbelievable.
But
Or I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying, based on all the little details here, it's not 100% out of the question. And we will tell you,
can't wait to hear.
according to this new documentary that you can go yourself watch,
Okay.
which rock and roll icon has been living 60 minutes from us for the last 50 years.
Secretly.
Next, here in the break room on CMF. upstate New York has a bigger share of massive celebrities from our area than we think.
Oh.
Like, we know in Rochester all about Lou Gramm and Philip
Sure.
Seymour Hoffman, right? But there's Rick James in Buffalo.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Tom Cruise from Syracuse.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what if I told you one of the greatest frontmen in rock and roll history has been living in Syracuse for the last 54 years?
Wait, he's been in Syracuse.
In Syracuse,
He's not
New
like
York.
in the woods.
No. He has been living in Syracuse, New York for the last 54 years.
So what's he been up to?
Well, I'm going to tell you. And he's been living in Syracuse under an alias because, as far as we all knew, he was dead.
Oh.
That's what one new documentary seems to be out to prove.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF right now.
Yeah.
Log on to the contest page, WCMF.com.
When are we going to win?
Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the world's largest 80s party featuring M80s at the Vine Showroom at Del Lago Resort and Casino on March 21st. Must be 21 years of age or older to attend a show at the Vine. Tickets are on sale right now at DelagoResort.com. July 3rd, 1971. Does that date hold any significance to you?
No.
That is the day that the Doors' Jim Morrison died.
Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on
Fire! But what if I told you, Tom?
Yeah.
That on July 3rd, 1971, nothing really happened.
Because he died in Paris, right?
He died in Paris in a bathtub.
Yeah.
That's the story we got.
Pretty cool.
What if I told you he never died? What if I told you that for the last half century, Jim Morrison has been living an hour away?
What?
Okay. How do they make all
Jim
that?
Morrison.
But how do they make that all work?
There is a new documentary from Apple TV
Okay.
asking you to consider the evidence they're going to lay out.
All right.
The documentary is called Before the End, Searching for Jim Morrison.
And he ended up in Syracuse.
The man who made this documentary claims that for the last 50 years, Jim Morrison has been living under an assumed identity in Syracuse, New York.
And just chilling back now, right?
You got it. Now, we do have to do something here because, Jim Morrison is a household name, but there are some who don't understand Jim Morrison's story. For those who don't know why he would have faked his own death, for non-Doors fans, he was, what would you call, an eclectic soul?
Oh, yeah. Tortured, yeah.
But he also had issues beyond that. One of the biggest at the time of his death, he was facing jail time for an obscenity case in Miami.
Yeah, he whipped it out and played with it.
He was facing
on
years.
stage.
Yes.
But that was a hell of a close.
So they say. There are those at the shows that never happened.
You thought you were uncomfortable at a Gallagher show.
Why do you think they started using the garbage bags? So Morrison was facing years in prison, and he had been convicted. They were appealing the case. He was out on appeal, and that's when he and his girlfriend split for Paris. And that's where, at least according to the man, he died of a heroin overdose. But the claim in the doc is that he faked his own death to get out of not just the jail time he was facing in the States, but the fame that he had become sick of.
So that rumor about him faking his death started when he died.
There's a reason.
Okay.
Do you know why?
No.
Okay. So he died on the 3rd of July, 1971, like we said. It did not make it to the States, the news, until 6 days later. By that time, he had already been buried.
Yeah.
On top
in
of
Paris.
Yes.
Yeah.
His grave is there. You can go see it. In
But
fact,
they moved it because people were like going there and like doing all kind of weird stuff and leaving stuff and
and having sex on his grave.
Oh yeah.
His girlfriend partner at the time allowed them to bury him without an autopsy, which
Okay.
has caused a whole bunch of controversy. And the rumor is that ain't Jim Morrison in that gravesite.
Okay.
So this documentary pins this story down to one specific man in Syracuse.
Jim Boeheim.
Amen.
And their close relationship.
Bro, it's about the same time. Hey, Kimmy, will you Google when Jim Boeheim got the job as a Syracuse head coach?
Well, he'd been there since he's always been in Syracuse since he was in college.
What if it's like September of 1971, right after Jim Morrison died?
So that was Jim Morrison the whole time?
Oh, my God. Come on, baby, pick my nose. Bellows got to play a zone.
All right.
So, in this documentary, they pinned down a maintenance worker named Frank.
So they're saying Frank was the guy?
The documentary says that there are plenty of coincidences that point to Frank being Morrison. When did Boeheim get there?
So he was hired in 1969 as a graduate assistant and then got the head coaching job in 1976.
No, it doesn't work out.
Right.
Okay, so going back to Frank here.
Yeah, Frank the maintenance guy.
This maintenance man is somehow friends with Doors drummer John Densmore. The man has a scar on his face where Morrison had a mole, something you would remove if you were hiding from the public and the cops.
Yeah.
The doc talks about all the time the Doors spent in upstate New York when they were touring. There was one gig where they played in, I believe, Schenectady.
Yeah.
And then Morrison took off to go do a set with an unknown band that no one had ever heard of before and disappeared for a couple of days.
In the Syracuse area?
Yep, this was in 68. And if you are an amateur rock historian, you are well aware that there have been rumors for decades that Morrison himself planned and faked his own death. Now, here's the thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to give the whole thing away in case you want to go watch
on
the
Apple,
documentary.
right?
Yes, it's on Apple.
I got to watch.
That being said, I will say this doc talks to Frank, the maintenance worker, who the director says is Morrison.
Okay.
So like the actual
you meet the guy.
Yes, they talk to the man who they say.
Does he even look like him aged?
I mean, I would imagine he'd have to look somewhat like him.
How would you know, though?
Well, I mean, you can kind of see
certain features.
a young face and an old face. But so Morrison got super fat when he was in Paris.
Yes, yeah.
Like he gained like 50 pounds because he was just like cheese and booze.
Well, no, that's why they couldn't do an autopsy. If they would have cut him open, it would have been fluffernutter. And I don't know how he got fluffernutter.
Come on, baby, give me some cheese and booze.
Yeah, because he'd also have to sound like him, right? I mean, to some extent.
Well, I don't know what Jim Morrison sounds like.
He's a very soft-spoken man.
But
There's got to be plenty of audio.
No, but here's the thing: like, anytime I see historical audio of people just talking, it never sounds like what I think. You know what I mean?
The recording equipment.
But like, I don't know what Jim Morrison sounds like when he's not singing.
Sure.
Because there wasn't probably that much interview.
Oh, no, you've heard him talk. You've heard him. You know it as soon as you heard it. He's very soft-spoken, normal
But you know, like when you hear like Hemingway talk.
Well, yeah.
Well, you know, I wrote that book, and it was an exciting time. And yes, I had just eaten some fried potatoes with some lard, and it just came to me. Go to Spain, see the Bulls run. You know what I mean? They don't sound like you think they sound. So when he sound like, but you know, when I wrote L.A., she was a lovely girl, a slim figure, and I figured, I'd make her my wife.
It's weird he's got a waspy New England accent, even though he's from Florida.
They all sounded like that, man.
Okay.
Well, nobody was from the West back then.
The phone number is 252, except for John Densmore.
All right, beside him.
Actually, I don't know where he's from.
Right.
252 WCMF. Again, a new documentary on Apple TV is claiming that Jim Morrison, the Doors frontman, faked his own death on July 3rd, 1971, moved back to the States under an assumed identity, and has been living in Syracuse for the last 50 years as a man named Frank, a maintenance worker. And they go through the coincidences that lead to this theory. All right, so let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Tommy, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being there is no way this is true, 10 being this is absolutely true, what are the chances that Morrison has been living in Syracuse for the last 50 years?
Oh, zilch. But
so less than none.
Yeah. Okay. Now, here's the thing. I hate these kind of documentaries because I'm going to watch knowing it's
only
BS,
to be disappointed in the end.
But I have to watch it now just to see what this guy looks like.
I am very curious to see what this guy looks like.
Because I love the Doors and I love the whole BS story. It's kind of cool. But again, I'm not going to believe a word of this guy.
Is this just something this guy's just always claimed, or he
No,
just all of a
so,
sudden
again,
decided?
You got to watch it. I don't want to give it away because I don't know how much Frank has to do with it.
Because I'm also thinking no guy, even if this was Jim Morrison's intention in the beginning, I'm just going to go hide out for the rest of my life. Nobody's going to know that it's me. Eventually, he would tell somebody, or he
would slip out.
It would slip out. He would need attention again.
Okay.
No man goes out quietly.
But yeah. Think about let's say there was
the older he got and the less attention and fame that he had, I'm guessing eventually you'd be like, yep, I'm the famous guy. I want it back.
Because what happened just naturally. Let's say you're at work and back in the day we played the Doors a lot on CMF, right?
Yeah.
And one of your coworkers goes, that band sucked. They didn't even have a bass. I'll tell you why we didn't have a bass. He flipped out and explaining the Doors to him. It would just slip out in an old bad way.
You'd have to shut up the rest of your life, and no guy with any success is capable of doing
Especially
that.
old men.
So you say it's also a 0 that this is legit?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
I want it to. I kind of want it to.
But
be
she's
true.
right. Think of every old famous guy. They can't shut up.
Okay. Walk with me.
Right.
Now, I agree with you guys that the odds that Jim Morrison has been living under an assumed identity in Syracuse, New York for the last 50 years is probably slim. But is it completely impossible?
Obviously not.
With all of these stories, there's always a tiny percentage that this is happening.
But to fake your death and to have everybody in on it that nobody ever talked about, because he had to have help doing all that.
But here's the thing. This is the one example, because there are other celebrities that people believe fake their own death. Elvis is number one.
Yeah.
Tupac Shakur was one of them. Comedian Andy Kaufman.
Yes.
Like, those are the three big ones. These guys fake their own death, right? Of all of the examples of those three, like Elvis died on the crapper in his home.
Yeah.
There was that's one that's impossible. Shakur died in a hospital, so he would have had to pay off everybody in the hospital. Andy Kaufman, cancer. People watched him wither away.
Yeah.
Morrison died in a hotel room.
True.
Apartment, whatever, bathroom, right? He was not around any of his friends' family.
Yeah, I mean, he was isolated. Yeah.
And there's no autopsy.
Right.
I mean, look, yes, I believe he died as well. But if there was one story where this could have happened.
The circle was so small.
Yes. Yes.
And I was always thinking, like, a guy of his wealth at the time, and, like, why would you pick Syracuse? You're already in Paris. Like, you would think you would go to a
cooler place.
Cooler, warm climate, a Greek island or Fiji or someplace where he could just get fat and happy for the rest of his life.
Okay, but here's the thing. You're also, I mean, look, he's an artist, right?
Yeah.
And you're trying to add logic to a guy like Jim Morrison.
True.
But
right?
he's saying, like, there are cooler places to
Hell,
disappear to.
He could have went to Woodstock.
Understood, but that's
Socrates.
I think that's another part of the argument, is that's where he went back towards, is these kinds of places.
But you couldn't go to Socrates because Hoover was watching that joint. The Bureau had that place cased out.
If he wanted to live in Woodstock, around that scene, he'd have been found out immediately.
Yeah.
You got to go to a bigger place.
Because of the Bureau, yeah.
Okay, look.
So, like, a bigger, small place, though? Because if you want a bigger place, you could go disappear into New York City.
But you're far away from the scene that everyone's hanging out in, all the old hippies that he wants to be around.
He could have went down to the Village.
Yeah.
Okay,
but
but now
hippies are everywhere.
But those are also people that would know him immediately.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Look.
All right.
When you talk, it would also be, as you talk about Elvis, Tupac Shakur, Andy Kaufman, right? Like, Tupac would not have been able to fake his own death. There were cameras all over that hospital, blah, blah,
Sure.
blah, blah. And now faking your own death as a celebrity is impossible. But back in the day when Morrison did this, July 3rd, 1971.
But you didn't have all the cameras and everything else.
No cameras, no social media. People weren't out looking for a dead Jim Morrison to be walking down the street. It's not like even at that time, if you came across a guy that looked like Jim Morrison.
Yeah, you can pull up a picture and check it out right away.
You would have to have, a physical photo of Jim Morrison on your person to be like, stop right there. It's not out of the question.
Dying to see what this Frank guy looks like.
You guys gonna watch it?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's on Apple, right?
Yeah, Apple TV.
Yeah.
I'm all in.
And I hate these because I already know it's crap, but I'm gonna watch every second of it.
I mean, what if it's not? Has anybody ever?
What if it just leaves you with, like, a shadow of a doubt?
Well, they all kind of do. So I watched this one. Remember D.B. Cooper, the guy that hijacked a plane, stole all that money, jumped out at the back of the plane on a parachute. Figured he's dead.
Story's crazy. If you haven't heard it, you got to go look it up.
It's an amazing story. So I watched a documentary where they claim they found the dude.
They still keep coming up with
right, and you meet the dude, and he's pissed off. Don't bother me. I'm not D.B. Cooper. And they kind of leave it like, ooh, it could be him, because the age is right, and But I watched that whole thing knowing this ain't D.B. Cooper, man.
How do you know?
Because he's at a strip mall at the airport selling crap.
Yeah, that's what I mean, again, like, you want to think that these people, after they escape from society, do these grand old things. But you also see celebrities who don't fake their own death. They just kind of disappear, and they go do random things. Hell, the actor, method actor, My Left Foot, Lincoln.
Oh, yeah,
Gangs in New York.
Yeah, yeah.
What's his effing name?
I forgot.
I keep thinking Philip Seymour Hoffman. Kimmy,
Are you talking about Daniel Day-Lewis?
Thank you. Daniel Day-Lewis is arguably the greatest actor of his generation.
He's pretty good.
He only acts in movies to make enough money to go back to his cobbler business.
Yeah.
He builds shoes.
Oh.
That's what he loves to do in New York City. And that's what he does every day.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
And that guy, you never see or hear from him until he takes another role to raise more money for his shoemaking.
Now, how much money does it cost to run that goddamn shoe store?
I'm sure he's
got to
living
do
pretty comfortably, too.
7 Academy Awards to keep your shoe store open? I feel bad for the guy on Monroe Avenue.
He seems like a guy who takes a lot of time on his shoes.
All right.
But you get what I'm like. I can name you 1,000 different artists
All
who
right.
just decided, I don't want to be a celebrity
And I think
anymore.
that's why I hate those documentaries, because it's not the ending I want.
Okay, but what's the ending you would want from Morrison?
Like to find him like in Fiji.
Okay.
And he's got like this like cult that he started, of like island people, and they do weird stuff.
Oh, you mean like Gary Glitter?
No, then you see
don't
what
know
you
if
do.
you want-
Well, that's
I don't know if
exactly-
you want it
You
to
go,
end in
you
a
go
cult.
pedophile.
Well, that's
I
what
got
he
that
is.
French guy, you go pedophile.
No, I mean, look, when they end up isolating themselves in a foreign country, 90% of the time it ends pedophile. That's a statistic.
Now you sound like me.
No, but it's true. It's true.
90% of the time, they's pedophile. Look it up. FBI statistics.
All right, look, here's the thing. With, again, this documentary on Apple TV, it's called, let me pull it up here again. I'm sorry. Damn it. Long story short,
Yeah.
it's a documentary about Jim Morrison faking his own death and moving to Syracuse and living under an assumed name as a maintenance man for the last 50 years. There are average people who have faked their own deaths and gone on to live lives for decades with nobody in it.
Yeah, disappear. Yeah.
In fact, there are folks that were connected to governments during the Cold War that faked their own death. People that the governments were looking for that managed to pull this off, and then decades later, they figured out where they were. I'm just saying.
It could. I agree with you. It could. It's plausible.
Is there a celebrity that's ever pulled this off? Kimmy, can you look?
Well, I guess if they pulled it
How
off,
would you
we
know?
wouldn't know.
Well, no, I'm saying like later, like Kimmy, I agree
Where we found out they were still alive.
I agree with your point earlier that like with Elvis, Tupac, Andy Kaufman, or Jim Morrison, there would be a point where they would come out. Because if Jim Morrison just
I'm
walked
tired
out,
of being in hiding now.
he would make $100 million right now.
Yeah. So there have been celebrities, not to this point of disappearing, that had secret lives that nobody found out about till they died.
Yeah.
And the famous one that I could think of is Charles Kuralt. He was a big news guy back in the day. He used to do Sundays with Charles Kuralt. He did a show called On the Road.
He did Sundays with Charles Hall, even though his name was Charles Kuralt. It was a weird thing they did. What?
No,
that was the version they read.
I'm talking about his brother.
That was the version they read in Eastern Europe. Sundays with Charles, and then they did the French version. Sundays with Charles de Gaulle. Nobody. These jokes are just for you and me. Everybody else be patient. But I'm sorry, you're talking about Charles de Gaulle.
So he was married to another. He had two families.
Yes.
So he had a secret life. He's on CBS at the time one day. 50 million people probably watched the news, and he had another family out west that nobody knew about, and the families didn't realize it. Like he pulled that off by himself. So to your point, yeah, you could pull some moves back in the day.
There's got to be a celebrity that faked their own death and was able to hide for a little while. And the craziest story about,
What?
Charles Kuralt.
Yeah.
Turns out the whole time he was Charles de Gaulle. He faked his own death, and then he went on the news and had two
He
families.
doesn't know who that is.
But she knows who Charles Kuralt is.
She knows who Charles.
If she had the odds of Charles de Gaulle,
Yeah.
or who's the other one? I'm blanking. Kuralt. Which
Charles
one? This show sucks so hard.
Yeah.
Right? We had to.
Did she call it your mom?
All the people they're giving me are like the people who have all like their,
Like
all the conspiracy
conspiracies?
theories
Okay.
about
Like Kennedy
Michael
was one.
Jackson,
Gotcha.
Tupac.
The Jackson
Elvis,
one is like funny as hell to me. Like that guy would be able to hide anywhere.
Jimi Hendrix.
I would like to point out, just real quick, this is a shop point, inside the room.
Yeah.
You heard me have to give a background to some folks listening that are younger to one of the greatest frontmen in rock and roll history. A man who we still play on this show in Jim Morrison.
Yeah.
And you thought a Charles Kuralt reference was going to work.
But think about it. We'd have to go back to that time to find somebody that could pull it off. So any celebrity you could think of would fall under the Kuralt rule.
No, you're right. And then they named that airport after him.
They did?
Yeah. Charles de Gaulle Kuralt Airport.
What, they put it in Paris? Wait, I wonder if that's how they snuck Jim Morrison out.
Oh, my God.
Through Charles de Gaulle.
Well, no,
Kuralt
they put
Airport.
him on the Charles de Gaulle Kuralt Express. All right, I'm done. This show sucks. Let's take a break.
All right.
The Bills have a problem. And it's a problem. Well, Kimmy, this is a problem that I would not have anticipated Brandon being the general manager taking on.
Yeah, and I was surprised that he knew about it. One of them.
Now you're doing it too.
Well, I was going to say
I
both,
am surprised you knew it.
but he did say
Charles de Gaulle Kuralt.
he only knew the one, not the other one.
What happened?
There are two players the Bills signed. One that a lot of Bills fans were super excited about that will be missing the first couple of games next season.
Was he hurt?
Nope.
Yeah. Somebody didn't do a background check?
Well, that's just it. One of them came forward and said this is happening before they signed. The other one, however, we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This is a very surprising story for two different reasons with two men facing the same situation.
The hell's going on?
Well, look, the Buffalo Bills, and Kimmy, if I'm wrong, tell me, they've been very risk-averse with players they brought into the franchise.
At least what they knew ahead of time. Yeah.
Exactly, yes. Like they didn't bring in guys with much controversy. There wasn't guys that were me guys. They were guys that played by the rules. I mean, it's a very McDermott-style thing. But two guys will be missing the early games this season because of a situation.
What the hell happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. So the Bills continue their free agency run. But two guys they signed last week ended up in the news for the wrong reasons. The Bills had their first press conference after all the free agent signings to talk about the new guys.
Yeah.
And when general manager Brandon Beane sat down to talk about two of his new players, he dropped a bomb.
Geez, what happened?
Both defensive end from the Los Angeles Rams, Michael Hoyt, and new defensive tackle, I believe, from the Pittsburgh Steelers, and if I'm pronouncing this wrong, I'm going to need some time,
All right.
Larry Ogunjobi, are facing 6-game suspensions for the violation of the performance-enhancing drug policy of the NFL.
But wouldn't they know that before these guys are already in the NFL?
Great question. So, Brandon Beane shared with the media that when they signed Hoyt, the defensive end from L.A., they were aware that he was facing the suspension.
Okay, so they knew what they were buying.
You got it.
All right.
Ogunjobi, on the other hand, when he signed the deal, the Bills were unaware that he was facing the suspension.
Yeah, but doesn't the league know this? And the league
knows. They tell the players. The players apparently can share.
Wait, so
they're free agents at the time, so they don't have to alert the teams.
But the league should say, hey, you're looking at this guy. This is what we're looking at.
Did the suspension not officially come down until last week, or was the suspension already there and they just learned about it?
The way that Brandon Beane put it, and if I'm
wrong,
wrong,
thought he kind of knew it could be a potential, or they didn't know how long the suspension would be or something.
I was under the impression, based on the way it was described, and if I'm wrong, tell me, 252 WCMF, that Ogunjobi was aware he was facing a 6-game suspension, signed the contract, and then the Bills found out about it after they signed.
So is this like steroid crap or just drugs in general?
PD would be yes.
They claim they both claim they took it unknowingly.
Yes,
so whether it was in something that was given to them or they took it and didn't know it was in there.
Steroid's an interesting word because there are lots of things on the banned substance list that wouldn't technically count as a steroid, but that's what everyone thinks of because of baseball. So here's the thing.
All right, what do we got?
Not ideal, first of all. Not ideal.
How much time are they missing?
6 games each.
Yeah.
God damn, man.
Yes, so the first 6 games of the season will be out. So to Kimmy's point, both guys said they took whatever trip to tests by accident. For those who don't know, almost every NFL player is on supplements that are paid for outside of the team. They find these folks and trainers, things like that. Hoyt, for example, said he had been with a guy for years and years and years. And the first couple of batches of things that he got, he sent to an independent lab to be tested, and they came back clean.
Right.
He said that it's his fault because he was not paying attention and didn't do that with the last couple of things he took, but he trusted the person, and the person let him down. Ogunjobi says the same thing. And here's the thing. That is a perfectly valid excuse to two guys who would have taken something by accident. It's also the first thing you would say if you were caught taking illegal stuff on purpose.
Sounds like it, yeah.
Okay. So I don't know, Kimmy, how to feel about this right now.
I mean, it sucks because these were two guys that you kind of needed to come in and make somewhat of an impact.
And they have the season's almost over before they get back.
No, you got 11 games.
Well, what does suck though is
bro.
They can participate, and I saw they could participate in all the off-season workouts and training camp, but then after that, they're kind of banned from the team facility for a few weeks.
She's right. So up until opening day, they can be with the Bills. Week of the opening day. They are then banned for a month from the facility.
Yeah. Right.
They are then allowed 2 weeks in to practice to get their bodies ready, then the 6 games.
So that's what I think is really going to suck because, it's going to be hard enough jumping in mid-season, but when you're not even with the team for a month in the beginning.
All right.
Kind of a bust.
So if we're going to talk best case scenario, there are 2 reasons why the Bills went through with these deals despite the suspensions. Now, Hoyt they knew about. According to reports, the Bills could have pulled the deal on Ogunjobi.
Yeah.
They did not.
Yeah.
They chose to sign him anyway.
So they see that much value in this guy that they could lose 6 games plus getting back in late.
Okay.
So this guy, I guess, was
Dragging
beloved
ass.
in Pittsburgh, though. Like was he a Man of the Year candidate or something like that?
That I didn't see, man.
I thought they were talking about him when they said, he was one of their best team leaders.
Well, if you want to Google it, good luck spelling his last name. All right, so let's talk about best case scenario here, okay? There are 2 situations why the Bills are okay with this. One, They are both first-time offenders.
Mhm.
So if they were to appeal the suspension, they could see their suspension brought down to 3 or 4 games, which wouldn't hurt you as much.
Get it reduced.
That is a possibility.
Okay.
Second, if they are aware that the players will have to serve 6 games, both of them, that is 6 fewer games of wear and tear on the bodies of these players come playoff time, which has been a massive issue for defensive players in Buffalo the last couple of seasons. So instead of having 17 games where you're all banged up, you will have 11.
Okay, but let me ask you this.
Sure.
But the Bills notoriously come out of the gate a little slow, right?
No.
They're not gangbusters in the first 8 games.
They went 3-0 last year.
Yeah, this year. The year before that, you could make that argument, but this last year, I would say that wasn't really the case.
I mean,
let's say they come out of the gate slow.
Okay.
You're going to be pissed you don't have these guys. Like, if you struggle in the first couple of games and you don't have these guys, you're going to be pissed, especially if you blow it defensively.
Do they take up a roster spot?
No.
Okay.
So you can have people from your practice squad. I mean, look, both of these guys, Ogunjobi is a depth piece, right? So he's going to be rotated in. Hoyt the same way. I would argue that Hoyt, at least the way they see this, is going to have more of an impact. But you also just signed Joey Bosa.
Oh, I forgot we got him.
So if he stays healthy,
he's cool.
It may not. Okay. I mean, the Bills also love their deep rostered defensive linemen and tackles, right? Like, there's guys that have been on and off the practice squad for like 4 years that they just keep hanging around.
Yeah.
So it's also an opportunity to get a look at them. Look,
All
again, what I am saying is best case scenario is definitely a lipstick on a pig situation. I am very confused by all of this.
Yeah, it isn't. These guys are usually so buttoned up.
I do think that
a bean, you know.
Yeah, button-up bean is what they call him when he's at Charlotte Airport.
When it comes to Ogunjobi, I did look up. He was a 2024 Walter Payton Man of the Year.
Okay. So, like, for the NFL or just his team?
So he was a Steelers nominee.
Okay,
I don't know if he won it or not.
Okay.
But I mean, that, like, I can see why you would take that guy at his word.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like, you kind of give that guy a little bit more of a pass, maybe, or give him more of a chance.
The only problem there is he signed a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
yeah, you already burned through 6 games.
unless a suspension comes
Yeah.
down. So I don't know, man. I mean,
all right.
I will say you put a hell of a lot more pressure on yourself as a football player in this situation.
Yeah.
Because now, I mean, right out of the gate, as soon as you put that uniform on, Bills fans are going to want to see results. You also run the risk of someone younger coming in playing really, really well and taking your spot away.
Oh.
Which, I mean, you know what they say the NFL stands for?
Not for something.
Not for long. Stupid. It's an L. It's an L word. NFL, not for long.
I should write that down.
I mean, we've seen guys making way more money than $8 million a year lose their, rotational spots, starting spots, right? So, okay.
All right, Okie Finoki.
Okie Finoki.
Do your thing. Earn your money.
We come back. We wrap it up. We try and be better tomorrow.
Yeah.
Next here in the break room on CF. It's going to be Rapparoo.
Howdy, old St. Patty's Day, Monday, Rapparoozy.
Happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody here.
Yeah.
The base tomorrow, Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, now we're back to the normal stuff.
Yeah. What's that?
We're repettying in the hood with Kimmy.
Pettying? Is that like pattying? I don't even know what.
Pettying.
What are you going for?
Pettying in the hood.
Why do you make my life so hard?
Because of that outfit.
Sorry that somebody.
It's very pettying.
Where are they whining? Tomorrow.
Mm.
We did have a winner last week. It was Johnny, the worst man in the world.
It was, Johnny.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So he will go last tomorrow. Armand's amazing streak of back-to-back weeks is done. By the way, I met Armand at the parade on Saturday.
What?
It was so cool.
Did he gloat about his stars?
He did not.
Oh.
But it was funny.
That's so Armand. Man.
Classy.
He comes up. I never met the guy before. And he goes, hey. And I knew exactly who it was.
Well,
the
he's
second.
smooth. He's very smooth.
Well, just the voice.
Yes.
And he had a baby in his hand. It was like a brand new baby, like fresh baby.
Wow.
He was marching with his rugby team that he talks about.
Oh, I forgot he played rugby. Yes.
Yeah. I'm just trying to help everybody out here, bring you along. Did the lights just get brighter, or am I
did.
having a strike? Okay, great. All right. So where are they whited tomorrow after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. We got to get out of the way for Kimmy, who was drinking like a firefighter's wife on Saturday.
You know she was pounding.
Every drink, a line on her face.
Doing her downtown drinking.
At least I was having fun.
Well, he was having fun for Tommy Muley.
I was drinking downtown in my backyard.
Who power washed his patio.
Yeah. Then fired up his smoke and had my car. It was so nice.
My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. in the break room on 96.5 WCMF.